to the Charlottesville Planning Commission meeting for December 13th. Season's greetings. It's going to be a night. The first item I'd like to be clear on, we are expecting a lot of public participation tonight. We'd like to hold public comment to 2 minutes per person, just so that everyone can be heard from. I believe we're starting with Ms. Creasy for an overview of the schedule and other logistical items. Does that sound right?
For the evening, I can do that.
Thank you.
So yes, generally, we have 2 public hearings this evening. Those will begin at 6. They'll follow one another. Following that, we have 1 regular item, and then we have an additional presentation. As we talked about during the pre-meeting, if the hour is very late, we may shift the presentation to a future meeting. But we'll see what happens this evening concerning that. The chair has noted how we will be handling public comment from a time standpoint. And as usual, we will be, when we call for public comment, we will ask for a speaker from the in-person, and then we will alternate with the virtual, and we'll go back and forth until everyone has had the opportunity to speak. So I think that's general logistics. We may have a few more things during the report to share as well.
Excellent, thank you. I would like to hear from the Planning Commission on what you've been up to. Mr. Mitchell, can you start us off?
Sure. I think there was only 1 meeting of note, and that was with Parks and Rec. And that was a relatively brief meeting. We talked about the Haywood Forest Trails expansion. The Haywood Community Forest Trails is a 150-acre property that we recently bought. We bought that back in 2019. It is not in the city. It is in Ragged Mountain, near Ragged Mountain, but we own it and we manage it. And the objective of the expansion and updates and adjustments is just to increase the bandwidth to allow more people to move more quickly through the parks, using bikes, mountain bikes, pedestrian travel, things like that. So, interesting that not in the city, but we own it and we're managing it. And our folks get to take advantage of it.
Sounds good.
Mr. Mitchell, we've got a comment that your microphone wasn't coming across
did.
very well.
It's not on.
That
Good
will
reason.
make a difference. Okay. All right. Appreciate that. Yeah, just everyone be conscious
no,
of
it's
that
on.
as
Thanks.
we have audience in different places.
Can you
Quick,
give us
quick update, we Parks and Rec, we talked about the Haywood Community Forest Trails expansion, 150 acres of property we recently bought back in 2018. The objective is just to increase the capacity of that so we can get more bikes and pedestrians and dogs and things like that on the trails.
Thank you. Mr. Duranzio, can you share your report?
I would if my space bar would unmute me. Okay. I don't have much to report for my assigned Planning Commission duties. I note that the HAC 1.0 holds its last and wrap-up meeting tomorrow.
Thank you.
That's it.
Mr. Buck?
I had 2 meetings. The first one was the Citizen Transportation Advisory Committee. We met November 16th. We looked at an overview of the Long Range Transportation Plan 2050, which is now going to be called Moving Towards 2050, in an effort to make it easier and more palatable, I guess. We did some brainstorming on how to conduct public outreach. I think the first round of public engagement will be conducted by June of 2023, if not earlier. And we set a goal of about 1% public engagement, which is kind of slightly ambitious, but possibly achievable. And the main goal, just a reminder of the long-range transportation plan, or Moving Towards 2050, is to set up projects for smart-scale applications. So they have to be included in the plan to then be eligible for smart-scale applications. For my second meeting, it was the tree commission, December 6th. We looked at the downtown tree removal. The timeline for that's gonna be around mid-January. The lumber is then gonna be kiln dried, and there's gonna be some public outreach to determine what the lumber should be used for. And I think the Arbor Committee is gonna meet with the Tree Commission and Parks and Rec and schedule sessions with parties interested in using it. And there's a new tree planting list, around 150 trees to be planted at schools next year. $50,000 is gonna be planted in spring, and the rest is gonna be planted in fall. I think any leftover money is gonna be used for watering the trees. And then I have an update from Relief. They planted 50 trees in the 10th and Page neighborhood. And a series of nominations for heritage and specimen trees were made around the city by the Tree Commission. And there were some comments from the Tree Commission, I think all Planning Commission has received, for the critical slopes waiver and the CIP. That's it. Thank you.
I'm struck with the idea that the lumber could in some way be used for the Sister Cities Commission. I don't know. I'm moved. Something to think about.
Maybe, yeah. I think one idea that was thrown out was, it's all, have to go through the public engagement process, but possibly some seeding or something, or a way to have the trees contribute back to the downtown mall or the public realm, since they were public trees.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Ms. Russell, are you with us?
I don't believe so, though. Mr. Chair, would you check and see if Mr. Palmer is there? Because we can promote him if he is.
Mr. Palmer, are you with us? Oh, yes.
Probably under William.
Yes.
Nope. Okay, all right.
Best to you and your family, and season's greetings. Please have a pleasant evening at home.
Oh, there he is, at the top.
I'm
He's
so
back.
sorry to see you,
There he is.
but you're most welcome.
Yeah.
How much of you do we get tonight?
Aha, here I am.
Welcome.
Yeah, great. Yeah, sorry I couldn't be there tonight. We had a little sick child and childcare inability to have our normal childcare. So anyway, UVA wise, not much to report other than we had a board of visitors meeting last week, and items of note for you guys would probably be that there was an approval for an Olympic sports building, which had previously been approved, but the design had changed enough that we felt like we needed to go back to them with that. Also, a review of what's called the Karsh Institute for Democracy over at the Ivy Emmett or Ivy Corridor development. It'll be the third building to go in there, and got a lot of good feedback on the design so far, but not an approval. That should come in March, hopefully, and keep that going. So those are the two things I thought I'd mention. Otherwise, nothing else to report. Thanks.
Thank you. How late will we have you tonight, if I can plan on that?
What's that?
How much time can you commit to tonight?
Oh, I might be intermittent at some point, but I should be here
Well, we
as long as I
appreciate it.
can be. Yeah,
Understood.
thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, please.
All right, so the November BAR meeting, not a whole lot of interest. There was a demolition request for servants' quarters behind a house on Ridge Street, and it's one of the only remaining on the street. And it was an interesting conversation about what's valuable to preserve by appearances. It's just a nice looking shed, but it is a servants' quarters, and they're, it's a rare structure. So that was just an interesting conversation. We're also looking at 300 Court Square, which is adjacent to the Monticello Hotel. it's on the southeast corner of Court Square, and they're looking to turn it into a boutique hotel, and that could be kind of exciting to see how that works out. For the Bike Pit Advisory Committee, the Piedmont Environmental Council announced a active mobility summit coming up on February 24th, which will be a live event here. We received an update on some quick builds for around Rose Hill and Walker Upper Elementary to solve some of the drop-off pickup issues that are happening. And it's just gonna be some paint buffers and things, and trying to get parents to go in a one-way loop through the neighborhood to try and control traffic and give kids a place to walk. The city is hoping to get the bike counters up and running again, and they have a plan to better maintain them and collect data from them. We had a really brief discussion on snow removal. And then I just want to disclose, I met with Anthony Woodard of Woodard Properties last week concerning a project that we may end up seeing in the future, and it was just a look for red flags. It was kind of the point of the discussion. Figured I needed to disclose that.
Thank you. Mr. Stolzenberg, please.
Thanks. Yeah, I had one meeting of MPO Technical Committee. Unfortunately, I had COVID and had to attend remotely, and I understood about 10 words the entire meeting with their microphone set up down there. But the big takeaway, at least out of the meeting materials, is that the VDOT cost estimates for our upcoming smart scale applications are in, and they are absolutely brutal. The Rivanna River pedestrian bridge, for example, came in at over $42 million and was expected to cost under $16 million. So there's been some severe cost escalation. We'll see how that winds up for allocations next year.
Thank you for that terrible news. Whew. I've been looking at a great number of spreadsheets recently. That's my main report. I would like at this time to hear from NDS. Ms. Creasy, can you start us off?
Sure. Well, James is coming up here. He'll provide some more details. We're getting to the end of this year. We're starting our new year. We will not be having a work session 2 days after Christmas. I know you're disappointed. But please get geared up because we are set for the first 4 Fourth Tuesdays, which is our regular date, for work sessions related to zoning ordinance related activities. So we're going to be very busy doing that as things come forward. I think that's the only coordination there. I'm going to let James take care of the rest of our report.
All right, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Just draw your attention to the memo that was in your packet, provide an update on the zoning ordinance rewrite project. As noted there, one of the things we wanted to do was inform you guys of, give you guys a more detailed schedule as we're looking forward to the rollout of the draft zoning ordinance itself. So as I've said a number of times before, we're looking at a process that's measure twice, cut once, right? So back over the course of the summer, we were looking at the diagnostic report that basically laid out how we were proposing to move forward with rewriting the zoning ordinance to implement the comprehensive plan. And there was a particular report there focused on the inclusionary zoning provisions and how the ordinance might play out in the housing market. That work was completed. Planning Commission and City Council discussed it in September, and we received the go-ahead to move forward with the project. So we're now looking at releasing the draft zoning ordinance itself in 3 chunks, 3 modules, as described in the memo. The first of those will arrive during the week of January 30th to February 3rd. The second one, and that one is going to be detailed information on the zoning districts. That'll include the zoning map, use table, and all the district standards. So the measurements, the rules, height, lot coverage, lot size, all of those things that we associate with each of the districts. The second module then will arrive in the week of March 13th to March 17th, and will include the development standards. So that's things like landscaping, parking, lighting, and those types of measures. And then the final module is zoning administration. Most importantly, that includes how the review processes associated with the zoning ordinance, and that will arrive in the April 3rd to April 7th week. Now, with all of those weeks, as I noted in the memo, I'm reserving the right for it to take longer. And I say that because zoning is a complicated and very large body of rules, and there's a lot of review that needs to happen as we move each of these parcels forward, coordinated between us and the city attorney's office in particular, other departments as well as we move forward. But these are our targets, and we're going to work very hard to achieve these targets. As Missy noted, we have some work sessions scheduled in particular on the zoning ordinance. January 24th is going to be a grab bag of topics. I've listed here critical slopes, floodplains, and entrance corridors as the primary ones. If there's any others that come up that might bear discussion, we will include those as well, time permitting. February 28th, you guys will be discussing Module 1, March 28th, Module 2, and April 25th, Module 3. And again, as we've discussed a number of times before, we are aiming for a adoption, public hearing in June, adoption June, July, ideally. So the other thing that was included in the memo is the draft zoning districts as they stand today. And I'm more than happy to take questions on those. Highlights, our current zoning ordinance has about 30 zoning districts in it today, not including overlay districts, not including the fact that each time we do a PUD, that's effectively a little zoning district. 30 zoning districts today. The new zoning ordinance is proposed right now at 17 districts. So that's a substantial drop in complexity right there. 5 of those are residential districts, implementing the general residential, medium intensity residential, and high intensity residential land use designations on in the comprehensive plan. Then we have 10 mixed use districts, which are essentially replacing all of our commercial districts. And then the final 2 districts as proposed right now are a civic district, which will cover essentially all public uses, and a campus district, which would cover large-scale, single-owner uses like UVA, noting, of course, the UVA is exempt from our zoning anyway, but just for completeness sake, there they are. But more importantly, things like medical campuses, large private schools, maybe even a large church or something like that. So why don't I leave it there and see if there's any questions.
Questions for staff on this item? Please.
Turn back on. Okay. At the end of all this process, when it's approved, is there like not a grace period, but like a period between when it becomes implemented? So for like architects who are planning a project, for instance, would they be required to follow the new ordinance immediately, or is there some sort of buffer that would be built in, or?
Well, it'll depend on, and I think that'll be something that we need to be discussing as we get closer to adoption. Generally, if we were to go down that road, we would have to put an effective date into the ordinance itself, right? So, because otherwise an ordinance becomes effective on the date of the council decision, right? Right.
Okay. Other question was, I noticed you noted in here that all residential lots will have the same minimum frontage and area. Did you guys, was there any more, did you learn anything about the sublot idea? Is that working, or is that still up in the air?
That's something that we're still discussing, yeah.
Okay. I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Other questions?
I have a question about the civic designation. I guess it's about, whether that, locks those civic uses in place, or whether normal uses or redevelopment would still be allowed. And then also whether you've talked to the county about how they feel about it. I recall a few years ago, they tried to get the county office building rezoned from McIntyre Ridge Residential to be something because they wanted more flexibility of use. And they have a giant parking lot also that maybe one day they'll redevelop.
So the civic use is intended to offer a certain degree of flexibility for public uses. A lot of details to be worked out. I will say that if we were aiming to reuse a parcel that is a civic use, that would involve a rezoning, because right now the focus of that civic use category is really, it's to create a designation that's specifically for public uses, which tend to operate outside how we regulate privately owned parcels, right? So it's in that, publicly owned parcels are already, all the decision-making about how they're to be used are already subject to public review and process by the nature of the fact that they're public use. Does that make?
Yeah.
So if they want to redevelop their site, there would be a public process to rezone, to review that if it didn't fall within a civic
Right.
use.
Yeah, but so if they were in a regular zoning category, there'd be a public process within the county for the county to decide what to do with their land. And then in this scenario, there would have to both be a process for them to come up with a plan, then come to the city for a city public process for them to get approval to do that, right?
That would be on them as their public process, but we would have that process. It's within our jurisdiction and it affects our residents. So they would have the process. Our process would exist, and however they determined they wanted to move through their public process. Yeah.
Okay.
Additional questions?
I had a quick question on the second level of medium intensity, the RB,
Yep.
or the first level, sorry. And I just was looking at how it, like the base story stall was 2.5, and I was wondering why that wasn't just 3, since it's medium and is higher than, the general residential. Or is that something that we can discuss later?
We can dive into these later. I mean, that's all was gonna come up, that's all gonna come up and be part of that first module of work that comes in. Again, I'm gonna refer back to the idea that we're very intentionally trying to ensure that we meet the comprehensive goal. The comprehensive plan has an expectation that we're both identifying opportunities for new housing construction, but also keeping that housing compatible with its existing context, right? We use the scale, we use the term house scale development frequently and particularly in reference to these zoning districts. And that's what these rules are there to attempt to accomplish.
Thanks.
And I just note, 17 is a good start, but before 2003, we had 13 zoning categories. And before that, we only had 9.
Take it as a comment. It's good.
A concept I think we've discussed in the past is, because there are many different code sections that we are discussing as part of the rewrite.
Yep.
Would it be possible for some of those sections to move forward before June or July?
I would prefer to answer that question when I have more meat on the bone than what we have here today. I'm also hesitant because what we're looking at is a pretty significant rewrite of the existing zoning ordinance. It's not less of a tweak and more of a significant rewrite, and the zoning ordinance interrelates in so many different ways that across the whole thing, that I would hate to move forward with something and realize that there's something over here in this other section that's important to realizing the objectives that are built into the section we've brought forward, that it doesn't work, and that we don't achieve our objectives as laid out in the comprehensive plan. Does that make sense?
It does, thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Additional questions? Very good. At this time, I believe I'd like to hear from matters from the public, not on the formal agenda. An item that you might talk about would be azalea. That would be one option. And a reminder, 2-minute limit per person.
All right, again, just from a procedure standpoint, speakers will have 2 minutes this evening. We will begin with our in-person audience, and then we will go to our virtual audience, and we will alternate until there are no other individuals interested in speaking. Again, this is specific to the items that are not for public hearing this evening, so it can be any item except for the comprehensive plan and the CIP, which will have their own public hearings coming a bit later this evening. So first, we will ask if there's anyone in our in-person audience who would like to speak concerning a matter from the public. Just raise your hand. All right, I do not see an in-person audience member at this time. We will move to our virtual audience. And we have one speaker listed. All right. Ms. Van Yeris, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear
All
me?
right. You are welcome to begin. 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you. I'm Peggy Van Yeris, Chair of the Tree Commission. We strongly oppose the waiving of the critical slope waiver for the Azalea Springs. And we are also dismayed about possibly losing one of few remaining large mature forests in the cities when our tree canopy is rapidly declining. It has declined to now 40% over just 4 years to 5% decrease. And as we look at the rapid pace of development and the other critical slope waivers that have been granted, we know that it's probably down to 35% now. We feel the public benefits of denying this far outweigh what the developers proposed. The developers proposed a man-made stormwater management system that will have to be maintained by the homeowners when we have a natural forest, a natural system that doesn't have to be maintained. He proposes a tiny park, and I bet everyone would love to have that mature forest instead of that little tiny park, and only 2 affordable homes. As we look at the public benefits that are listed in the critical slope ordinance, one is to protect loss of natural features such as forest and wildlife habitat. One is to protect streams, and this intermediate stream goes into Moore's Creek, which depends on water going through natural soils and forest. Other public health benefits are public health, reducing heat, energy savings, storing carbon. So we think it's the Planning Commission's job to protect the public, so just do it. On just a personal note, I had 3 minutes and I'm trying to go fast. As a landscape architect, I really wonder about NDS speculating that more trees would be lost by right. They base this on lot layout and not engineering requirements such as sewers. So the last development was denied because of a pump station. This one could be denied too. And
Thank you very
then we
much.
would have a forest that would either not be developed or developed at a much less intensity, therefore saving trees.
Good
Did I
night.
do
Thank
it?
All right, we'll check again to see if there's anyone in our in-person audience that would like to speak for matters for the public. Okay, seeing none at this time, we'll go to our virtual audience, and we have a hand raised. Ms. Keller?
Good evening. My name is Genevieve Keller, and I will save time by saying that I agree wholeheartedly with the comments that Peggy Van Yeris just made. And I would also refer you to the very excellent letter that was sent to you by Kay Slaughter, an environmental attorney by experience and education, and our former mayor. She has been committed to the wise use of our environment and its appropriate development and redevelopment for several decades. You really have such good and expert advice and consultation coming to you from these 2 very committed citizens, and I ask you to take their advice very seriously in your deliberations tonight, and not over-engineer projects, but to work with the natural environment that we have and use it to best advantage. Thank you. I will be brief because you have a long night tonight.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
All right, I will check our in-person audience, and I see no raised hands at this time, so we'll go to our virtual audience. Mr. Day?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make a statement about the decisions about low-income housing. While I think it's a very wise policy decision to move forward with standardized approaches to requests for LIHTC funding, PHA has been working very hard to make 2 projects. I represent the Park Street Christian Church project, And I think if we're really going to move forward with the city's goals of making affordable housing take place, that continuing with the commitments that have been partially made to full decisions so that applications can get in on time for this next round, because it's still years before we can actually open the door, even if we can submit and be successful in March. And with that, I'll end and thank you.
And thank you.
Okay, we'll check in-person audience. All right, we have no in-person speakers at this moment, and we'll give another chance to our virtual audience. We do not have any hands raised. If you are interested in speaking, please raise your hand. If you're on the phone, please press *9, which will allow your hand to be raised. We do have a hand raised now. We have a Miss Linda Chauvin.
Yes, thank you. I am a renter on Monte Vista Street. I've lived here for about 12 years, and I have noticed how heavy the traffic has become on Jefferson Park Avenue. Those of us who like to walk and walk dogs, etc., and walk with children find it very, very challenging today to cross Jefferson Park or Harris. And so keeping in mind the heavy equipment that would be brought in to fill in mountains, tons and tons of dirt to fill in that valley once all of the trees are gone, is going to be impossible. It's already terribly dangerous here. The traffic backs up, especially at rush hour, and now we have so many children walking to Jackson Bio School. And I hope that you would please take into consideration that really our neighborhood will be destroyed by this development and all that will take to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, check one more time in our in-person audience, and there are no hands raised at this time. Wanted to check one more time with our virtual audience. If you're interested in speaking for matters from the public, please raise your hand virtually. All right, we do have a hand, Ms. Ann Benham.
Okay, so what I would like to speak about is the upzoning of the JPA neighborhood, the proposed upzoning to
I'm
highest.
sorry, that sounds like the comprehensive plan. We're just about to have a public hearing on that item.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so in other words, I should come back, is that right?
Yes, please.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any in-person speakers on this? Or any virtual speakers on matters from the public? Please do keep in mind that we have a public hearing on the comprehensive plan and on the capital improvement projects, and those will be additional opportunities to speak on those matters. But if you have a different item that you would like to speak upon, we have that opportunity right now. All right. Chair, I believe we have gone through all of our speakers at this time.
Thank you all very much. At this time, I would like to turn to the capital improvement plan. Oh, do we have council quorum?
We do not seem to have a council quorum at the moment.
Where did that put us?
Did we?
Bureaucratic.
Hear the
We
presentation.
can begin the presentation.
Please begin the presentation.
Bring up the PowerPoint, please.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, I love that. I would hear a motion.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from September 27th,
Second.
2022.
Can I hear a yay or nay? see
I
thoughts?
object.
And one objection noted.
I was going to offer a second with an amendment, one, two amendments to the minutes. One, to include in the roll call that Commissioner Duranzio was present, and two, to correct the spelling of his name where it appears in the minutes.
Would those changes be accepted? Amenable? I'm
Yes.
seeing nods.
Sure.
Another vote on, do I hear a motion and second on that?
I move, yes, with those, with Commissioner Duranzio's amendments.
I hear that motion.
And
Do I
I'll
hear a second? I hear a second. Thumbs?
Yeah.
I see thumbs. Thank you very much for that. Excellent point. Thank you.
Perfect amount of stalling.
Now we have a forum of council.
Sorry.
You're most welcome.
Perfect timing.
Please proceed.
So, good evening. Thank you for your time tonight. We're going to do a very brief presentation of the CIP draft, which was released last week on our website, and then hopefully open it up to your questions and discussions, which will ultimately end up with your recommendations to the city manager. So, next slide, please. So, just real briefly, we're going to talk about a few challenges of the CIP, talk about the revenues, which we didn't address in the last time we met in the work session, talk about the 5-year draft specifics, and then open it up for any questions and discussion. So next slide, please. So in looking at the CIP, there are always challenges when we work on the CIP budget or any operating budget. We always have the mission to balance all the revenues to the expenses, or vice versa, expenses to available revenues. And with that, the challenges are always, we always have more needs than we have available revenues, and that is the same is true for the CIP. We always have competing priorities as well. As you know, we have issued an RFP to begin updating council's strategic plan, which will be coming forward. We know from schools they have a lot of needs. We have one big project in the CIP right now, but there are others as they look to the future. We have a fairly aggressive affordable housing program. Transportation and access, there's always more room for sidewalks and trails and those types of things. Climate action plan, which we'll be talking about tonight. And then the one thing that's kind of boring, no one likes to talk about, but we do have a backlog of capital maintenance for existing infrastructure that has to be part of the CIP as well. This year in particular, we do have some significant inflationary increases that we are looking to address. Construction costs are through the roof, and there's the potential for our cost of borrowing to increase. We have recently been issuing bonds, and we've been very fortunate to have historically low interest rates. Every year we come to council when we're ready to sell bonds, and we say, you're never going to get this rate again. And we have sustained those low rates for several years. But as we know, that time will come to an end. And so those are some challenges that we were working to address with this budget in particular. So next slide, please. So how do we pay for it? We have few financial policies that we always address. For one, we have our 3% pay-go policy, which basically says that 3% of the general fund budget is dedicated to cash transfer to the general fund. We also, several years ago, council dedicated the mall vendor fees to go to the CIP to help pay for downtown mall infrastructure. And then the other large revenue source is bonds. So somewhere in between, there's a lot of new stuff. Anything that you see in green in these next few slides are changes from 23 to the 24 plan. So one is Mr. Sanders has been talking to you about the changes in the housing program. And one of those is that for any applications that were previously submitted through the Vibrant Community Fund that are for housing initiatives will now be going through the CAF process. So we looked at that and we took an average of the VCF dollars that are allocated to housing programs, which was about $575,000. And we're now rediverting that to the CIP. So that's an increase. In addition, the schools have gotten some construction grants from the state, which they have agreed to apply to the school help offset some cost increases to the school reconfiguration project. In addition, at the next council meeting, our finance director will be coming before council to present the FY22 year-end results. And we know from that the schools have had a surplus, and there is an existing gain share agreement, and they are asking, and staff is requesting that council appropriate that to also go towards the CIP. So those two items, and then in the past, we have also used cash from the CIP contingency fund to help offset some of those costs, and we are in particular using that for this budget. So if we go to the next slide, our 5-year plan, we are looking to transfer just under $50 million from the general fund. In general obligation bonds, we are looking at about $125 million. We're looking to use about $9.5 million in year-end surplus, and we will receive just about $3.5 million from the schools, and then about $3.1 million in other. The largest portion of that 3.1 is related to the Stribling Avenue funding agreement. So next slide, please. So some of these revenues are one-time. Again, the gain sharing is a one-time kind of thing. The construction grants from schools are a one-time thing. The Stribling Avenue funding agreement is a one-time thing. And the contingency fund technically is a one-time thing. So how did the contingency fund get such a large balance? If we can go to the next slide. If you will recall, our contingency is funded by year-end surpluses. So we actually do have a policy and a practice that anything that at year-end, anything that is in excess of our 17% fund balance policy gets transferred to the capital projects. We currently have a balance of just under $13 million or $12.7 million in the contingency. That's a lot. How do we get that? So if we take a little step back, in FY20, we had $3.9 million of surplus. And then in FY21, if you recall, we didn't fund any cash projects in the 21 CIP. We set that aside for a COVID reserve. And council hasn't programmed that yet. So that, and then also as part of the 23 budget, council approved about $1.9 million to go into the CIP, which we put in the contingency in anticipation of the school project. So those three things together are what is leading to this larger contingency balance, and we're looking to program most of that this year to balance out the expenditure side of the CIP. So next slide, please. So everybody's favorite table that we talk about every budget season. Happy to say that I don't think we'll have to spend much time on this chart this year, but I do want to pop it up. So the numbers that you see here are basically the same chart, no changes, where we ended the budget cycle last year. We are in 24, which is that yellow highlight, and if we estimated that the general fund would grow about 1.5%, and if we estimated that we were going to issue these bond issues on the side, in the second column, then you'll see that we're well within our 9% target policy. So again, as we were speaking earlier, capacity is not really an issue for this year, fortunately. Of course, all of these things are subject to change. So if we talk about that, the bond issue amounts are estimates. And you'll see that in years 24, 25, 26, those numbers represent the drawdown amounts for the school project, so that's why they're slightly different. And we estimate that we'll issue average about 15 million for other projects. So again, those amounts will change. They're not exact. You can see the exact issues from that are in black there. Those are the exact bond issue amounts from prior years. So they, depends. We issue on a cash needed basis. The timing of the bond issues is subject to change. The interest rates can change, and also how much the general fund grows. So if it grows a lot, we have more capacity, which is what happened to us with the 23 budget. If it shrinks, then we have less capacity. So those are sort of the relationships on that table. Question? Jose, did you have a question?
No, not yet.
Thank you.
Okay. Next slide, please. So here's where the issue is, affordability. So if we look at our policy of the general fund transfer, sorry, I see now that I forgot to put the years on here, but the yellow line is actually FY23, and that is what we actually included in the budget. If you'll recall, part of the budget discussions with council at the end of last year, they discussed the opportunity to use some of the anticipated surplus from 22 to put in the debt service fund to buy down some of the increases. So what we discussed was about 3.8 million, so I've sort of added that in the additional column. And you'll see that that adds this to the debt service fund balance, and it allows us to buy it down. But we still are required to increase on an annual basis almost $1 million for the general fund transfer. So the more debt we issue, the more bonds we have to pay back, the higher the debt service. So even though we are planning to put in more money in the debt service fund, we're still not out of the woods, even with the CIP plan that's been put forward. So next slide, please. So I would be remiss if I didn't just mention this. We are lucky as a city to have a AAA bond rating. It allows us to get cheaper borrowing. It allows us many things, but the one thing that it does provide us is an independent review of the city's ability and willingness to repay our debt. And the 4 key factors that they look at is our economy, our management. So do we keep to our policies? Do we keep to our procedures? Are we meeting our targets? All of these things that we talk about matter, and they play into the bond rating. So from a financial standpoint, they also look at our practices, and then they look at how much debt do we have and what do our future obligations look like as well. Next slide, please. So we're to the moment. This is the draft. This is the 5-year summary. It's sort of summarized by the large groups. The priority groups are sort of, if we were to do priority-based budgeting, which is where you put your dollars, you would see that our 3 priorities that are most funded are education at number 1, largely because of the reconfiguration project, affordable housing at number 2, and transportation and access at number 3. So we have a total 5-year plan of $191 million. The 24 budget is just under $100 million at 99. And again, that big swing is because of the Buford project. So if we look at this in a little more detail, next slide, please. I'm sorry. Before we, actually, forgot about this slide. Before we get into a little more detail, we did have, with all the submissions this year, we did ask that every project be linked to the chapters of the comprehensive plan. And so this slide and the next slide are intended to be a visual of where those projects landed. So if you can just flip to the next slide, please. And then the Next one. So looking a little deeper in each of the categories for education, the 24 budget has 76.7 or $8 million in it, 97.7 million over the next 5 years. Again, anything that you see in green here is a change from the 5-year plan last year. Anything highlighted in yellow is something that was new, that was added, that was not in the plan at all last year.
And just about everything in education is bondable, right?
That is correct. Yep. And in fairness, there are things, so we break out the bondable and the non-bondable projects. That is intended to be a plan. It doesn't mean that things that are listed as non-bondable aren't bondable necessarily. It's just that's the plan for how we're planning to spend them. So there is a $200,000 a year budget for small capped items for schools that we don't typically sell bonds because they're just those kinds of small things, painting, handrails, doors, that kind of stuff.
So just so that make sure my math is right, we've got 79 million bucks in bondable projects for this coming fiscal year, and 76 of that 79 is going to education.
That is correct, and so I just want to be clear about that. We have the full amount of the school project in 24 and all of the bonds in 24. However, they won't be issued until we need them on a cash basis. So if you recall our discussions last year, VMDO provided us with a spend rate or a drawdown basis of the project. And so if you remember back to that debt table we were just looking at, you never saw 72 million in 1 year. It's because we're sort of issuing the bonds based on how we spend them. Now, it doesn't mean that by the time we get there, depending on the environment, we may find, hey, we're going to do this project, it'll be finished in 2 years, and we may sell them all in one issue. It's just, we have to put it in the budget. We have to have the expense there to encumber the contract, and so we've got to put all the revenue in 1 year to balance the expected expenditure. Next slide, please. Facilities capital projects, we have just a little under 1.8 million for 24, 7.8 million over the 5 years. Next slide, please. Public safety and justice, 1.3 million for FY24 and 5.5 million for the 5 years. Transportation and access, a little over 7 million in 24 and 30 million over the 5 years. Parks and Rec, 1.9 million in 24 and 6 million over the 5 years. And affordable housing, 10.6 million in 24 and 42.7 million over the 5 years. And again, these are non-bondable projects. Oh, well, bondable and non-bondable. So you'll see the CRHA at the top, which is bondable, and then everything else, which is non-bondable. And then sort of a catch-all group, which is the general government. Rory's favorite, which I copied the wrong chart. That's actually zero. We zeroed that out in 24, 25, 26, 27. I copied the whole wrong chart. I don't even have 28 on there. I apologize. Economic development, the strategic initiatives is zero in all the 5 years in the draft. The PEG fees are actually, or the technology account is funded by the PEG fees, which is 40,000. That's just offset by that revenue, so that doesn't change. That one's actually still correct. And then the citywide IT strategic infrastructure remains at 250, but it did add 250 in 27 and 28.
I was wondering. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, sorry I didn't catch that. So what's next? I think this was a chart I showed you before. We're having the public hearing tonight. Questions and discussions from you all in the public, which will then, you all will hopefully take that into account and make a recommendation to the city manager. And then we will work with all of that, and an official proposed CIP will go to council in March. And so with that, any questions or discussions?
Mr. Mitchell, can you start us? I'm astonished. Mr. Duranzio. I see that you are muted, sir. You are not muted. Now you are muted. Cannot hear you, sir.
He's talking.
I can hear something faintly.
Yeah, the yellow, green lights. Now it's muted again.
Green light's us talking, I think.
Oh, I think you're right.
He's definitely got the mute button. You need to unmute Phil.
Please unmute. Come back to you. That seems fair. Mr. Hippo.
Yes, I just wanted to ask another question. You mentioned that about the contingency. So how much money is there now in the contingency fund?
12.7 million.
That could, assuming that could go to our current, kind of just rolls into what we can draw from it, what we need.
So
we
that,
have zero.
I'm sorry, yes, so that's actually where we'll be pulling the 9.5 that's in the budget for largely, most of it's in 24, and some of a small, just under 900,000 programmed in 25. And so that would reduce that down to about $3 million.
Okay, thanks. Another question. I know staff is working on the priority list for the sidewalks and bike lanes. I don't know if you'll be able to answer that question, but do we have an idea when the tool that they're developing is going to be ready?
I can't answer that question, but I'm looking to my friends.
Mr. Freese approaches.
Commissioner, are you referring to the presentation that Jack Johnson and I gave the others? Yeah. Time frame for that is, I think we're at least a month, maybe 2 months out from final delivery of that program.
Okay. I was just asking to kind of see where the fund, we're allocating funds to the sidewalk and bike lanes, but there isn't a project specific yet, and how that will kind of tie in.
Yeah, and as we noted, that tool is going to be used to prioritize our entire list of sidewalk and bicycle projects. And at this point, we're anticipating using it also for next year's CIP conversation.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. I had, I think, possibly another question for Mr. James. On the small area plans, there's the ongoing funding to that, and I was wondering if there are any ongoing small area plans right now. I can't remember.
Ongoing at the moment, no. But the intention is, and that'll be something we'll be discussing here with the commission, but the intention is that once we wrap up the current project, the zoning ordinance rewrite, the overall Seville Plans Together program, that we'll be teeing up small area plans for the future. So, yeah, and I've been putting together kind of a schedule for that work. The very first step of that, as called for in the comprehensive plan, is actually to first kind of agree on a more or less standardized process, format, what have you, for those plans, so that we know, so that there's a certain degree of consistency for those plans as they go forward in the future, and we know what we're anticipating receiving in terms of outcomes. And we can focus those in on a defined set of achievable outcomes.
Gotcha. So just another question related to that.
Yeah.
We're building up, I'm assuming, this fund for when we need it, but we don't have something specific for it for this next fiscal cycle specific.
Well, I do, because, I mean, if we stay on schedule, the zoning ordinance will be wrapping up within this fiscal year. And so, yeah, we have lined up for that very first project that I was talking about, defining what a new small area plan looks like, and then teeing up the first one of those small area plans within that program would begin work in this upcoming fiscal year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep.
And I just wanted to say, the online tool, the new online tool is pretty great. I just
Oh,
wanted to thank
good.
you.
Thank you.
The maybe potential next step, if possible, it'd be really interesting to see what funding the city's contributions do, like unlock in grants, so what, or matching funds. Because I know when we contribute X amount of money, it actually could equal a lot more with our LIHTC or whatever kind of program. But that could also help us, at least me, when I'm looking at these numbers, see the actual impact,
Okay.
the results. I don't know if it's possible or not, but just throwing that idea out there.
Yeah, definitely. I'll get back with you so we can talk about that a little bit more specifically.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Is that, Mr. Duranzio, I heard some sounds. Does that mean we've got you back?
Tell me.
Yes.
Outstanding. Actually, I'm following up on an email exchange regarding that Rory initiated about SysRap, and I am curious. This is probably a question for Alex on data for that, and how many of these vouchers we're actually pushing out at present. Because my understanding is CRHA says that they are not going to be needing the suggested funds. Therefore, and we've repurposed some of those funds. Therefore, what is the state of the numbers, Alex? Do you have access to that data?
Yeah, I think currently they are serving around 62 residents. 27 of those residents are in the county and 35 are in the city.
And the output for that is the $500,000 they're talking about?
Yeah. The good thing is, I think recently CRHA requested, and working with the Deputy City Manager, Mr. Sanders, followed up with the City Council, and City Council agreed for CRHA to use some of the unspent money to acquire permanent housing, which is sustainable. And then, of course, there was a question that Rory asked. That particular activity, essentially accomplish that question, and also provide some kind of flexibility, to spend that rental assistance fund.
Is that
So just for clarification, so you're saying that because I understand they have the capacity ministerially and administratively to push out more vouchers, but they're at the point now where they don't have places to put these people. I mean, the problem is getting the vouchers, right?
Yeah, well,
getting the vouchers accepted, rather.
I'm not sure whether, I think one of the things in terms of capacity, one of the things that when the City Council approved the last agreement several weeks ago or a few months ago, one of the issues that the Housing Authority requested was to increase the admin fee to 10%. And the City Council reaffirmed that request. So I think in terms of capacity, they have the funding they need to enable them to meet that needs. On a related note, I think based on the housing feedback we are getting from the Housing Authority, that the number of people on the waiting list is coming down actually. So essentially what it means is that either that the program is working and people are finding permanent housing, on their own. I'm just putting that out there. And they are moving on or there is something else that is going on, which is requiring the number of people on the waiting list, to start dropping.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you. Mr. Schwartz, questions about the CIP?
No questions at the moment.
Mr. Stolzenberg, surely.
Yeah, sorry, Alex, gonna need you again. Got some follow-ups on that.
Welcome. Popular man.
So if they have the staff capacity, and they have extra money and the waiting list is dropping but not at zero, what's the holdup? Why are they not giving out more vouchers?
That's another question. I think that's something that we'll have to follow up with them. But as far as I'm concerned, I know they requested increase in, administratively to meet the administrative needs, and the city council reaffirmed that request. So that's in terms of the city supporting that particular need. So obviously, the city doesn't have problem there. However, we have to follow up to with the housing authority so they can provide additional information in that regard. But in terms of the city's responsibility, I think the city is living up to that creed in terms of helping them, to meet the administrative capacity to deal with the needs of the program.
Yep. Okay. And so they want this funding dropped to 500,000. Is that right?
I think I'm gonna ask my boss that.
So, they're not asking for it to be taken away. They're asking for it to be reduced in this particular line item, and the actual request is for that amount of money to be made available to them for use in a different way. That is to be determined by council. We used that this year for the surplus that had been generated because we were getting concerned about how little of it was being spent and that it was building up.
Mhm.
And that was the items that we brought forward for council to consider. But for the long term, that 900 is in excess of what they're saying that they need.
Mhm.
And that would then mean that we have to reconcile that. I want to jump back and just say that I don't want to speculate on behalf of CRHA as to what they need to speak to for themselves. As they presented it to me, as was presented to me, what the concern was is that they don't need that amount of money for the current number of people who are presented in need of the rental assistance. They're using their vouchers at a faster rate than they had been at one point because there were 2 different waiting lists. That's no longer the case, it appears, which is why they were able to reach the conclusion that the reduction was possible. So the request was, can we deploy those funds in a different way?
Okay. And so when you say that they're meeting the need, does that mean for the people who currently hold the vouchers or also?
And those that are presenting in need of assistance.
Okay. So like there's no one left to give more vouchers.
Right.
To. Okay.
The only, as I appreciate it, the only way to spend the money that they currently have, based on what's going on, is to increase the fair market rent percentage, and they have declined requesting that.
But the city-funded ones are 125%, right?
They're not 125, 110.
Because there is an issue in terms of increasing it to 125. The issue being that if the city council decides to do it,
Mm-hmm.
it cannot be something that the city has to do one time, because it's like setting a trap.
Yep.
For the beneficiaries. So after the 1 year, then what happens thereafter?
Yep.
So if the city has to do it one time, then it has to be sustainable.
Gotcha. Sorry, I thought we had already done that for some
No.
reason.
The housing authority requested that if it's not going to be sustainable, then there is no need,
Mhm.
doing that.
Okay, so moving on from CRHA, what's the deal with Friendship Court? Why are all these new, specifically for infrastructure improvements, there are all these new funding for new years when we had previously not had any future spending for infrastructure improvements? Was there a change of scope in what those are, or?
I think there are several Mr. Merton is not here to answer some of the questions, but there are some, is he on here?
Yeah, I saw him on the
Okay,
list,
yeah.
actually.
But there are some cost escalations. You know, sometimes when you have a massive project like that, you know, there's bound to be some kind of cost increases or some kind of unseen circumstances. They might warrant cost adjustment. You know, if you are in the construction industry, you know that happens from time to time.
Mhm.
So those are some of the experiences they're having. Even CRHA, you know, is having the same experience because South First Street, Phase 2,
Mhm.
you know, they had a very considerable financial challenges, but they were, in the end, they were able to get additional funding from the state, and the city was able to provide actually, I think, more than $400,000 in additional funding to help them leverage the gap.
Mhm.
So I think the cost escalation that has occurred as a result of several factors, which includes, of course, the COVID and every other thing, you know, has affected the project, you know, and Mr. Merton is here. He can shed more light on that.
Chair, it appears that both Mr. Manthan as well as John Sales are available, and those are two organizations that have been discussed in the last few minutes. I don't know how you all want to handle that, but that is an option that you have to allow them feedback.
I'm looking at my fellow commissioners. Seems reasonable to me, yes.
All right.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is John Sales here.
Welcome,
You all
sir.
have any questions I can answer?
Hey, John,
Oh.
I guess, did have some questions about SysRap and sort of what's preventing you guys from just issuing more vouchers to more people? Is it just that people can't attach them, or that, you know, there's no one left on the waiting list who needs them?
No, I think the problem really started in 2020 during the pandemic when agencies were not referring families over. And so the agreement specifically called out using the HCV wait list, which we completely zeroed out at the end of 2020. And we opened up the wait list again in 2021. And we are going through that wait list really quickly. We had 1,100 families. We're down to less than 500. And so we put out a lot of vouchers. We plan on issuing about 100 vouchers a month until about March from the HCV program. And so that cleared out that wait list, and HUD had an issue with us utilizing our voucher wait list for SysRap because it was really hurting the voucher program. We would lease up families with SysRap, and then it took a little bit longer to lease up because we had to do the entire process over again to lease up for HCV. And so HUD had an issue with that because that's a federal program, and so they wanted it separate. And so we were working with TJPDC, now Brock, I think, and Family Self-Sufficiency Program through this CRHA itself and also PVCC. So it was a partnership with Ridge as well. And so we didn't receive any referrals for quite a long time. And we finally started receiving referrals again this year. And so we're assisting families again, but that pool dropped down. So I think we were serving a little bit less, maybe it was around 50 families because they were moving off of the SysRap program into HCV and we weren't receiving any referrals. And so we went through it relatively quickly. We're now starting to receive referrals from both programs. We received, I believe, 5 recently from PVCC, and we've been consistently receiving about 10 now, probably for about maybe the last month and a half. For homeless referrals. And so we are starting to lease up those units again. And I will say the city did approve having the fair market rents, the payment standard set at 125% of the fair market rents in the city and 110% in the county. So it has already been done. The concern was raising it to 150%, which was with some of the other agencies or organizations outside of CRHA was asking for, which I did say I think that's an issue that we should not get into because it would drastically impact not only the number of landlords that will serve HCV families, because a lot of them will raise their rents to maximize the SysRap rents, which will make it so H-2B vouchers cannot be utilized. And that's the larger program. We're serving over 450 families at the moment. I think it's really close to about 500 families through the voucher program, or we're only serving about 60 something in the SISRAP program. So it's a really big difference, and we don't want to negatively impact the H-2B program, which is really our bread and butter when it comes to serving families in traditional housing units.
So, I guess how are you running through the wait list so quickly with only 500-ish vouchers total? Is that because people are getting them and not attaching, or is that because people who had vouchers and had attached then gave it up because they went to other housing?
Some individuals circle out of the program, and we've received a lot more funding. So when I took over the housing authority, we had about $600,000 or $700,000 in funds that HUD was slated to take back unless we leased up, we did a huge lease up. We issued out a lot of vouchers, and we received even more money this year. So the way HUD typically works, the more you spend, the more they give you. And so we actually have a voucher cap of like 650, but we never get enough money to actually max out the 650.
Mm-hmm.
And so as we continue to get more funding, eventually we'll be able to max out that 650. Plus we've added additional vouchers through the emergency housing voucher program, which was 15 vouchers, the mainstream program, which was 40 vouchers, and then the additional funds. So all of that played a part into being able to issue more vouchers. And we're slated to get, I think, another $700,000 this year in federal funding for the voucher program.
Okay, and then, so what would you like to see happen with this SISRAP line item? You'd like to see it reduced and then the balance into a separate new account that's more flexible?
Yes, because I believe as we continue to go through the program, we are going to have some families that come off of SISRAP and go to HCV. That will continue happening because we are encouraging families to join that program because that's a more permanent program. The city program is a program that's year to year, even though there is a commitment, somewhat of a commitment in the CIP, but that could change every year. And so we have been encouraging families when the HCV wait list is open to get on that wait list as well, even if they're on SISRAP. And so that plays a role. And so I think the money sitting in a more flexible account is a good idea and allows us to adjust to what's happening in the market. But it also allows us to assist more families if that's what the need is when it comes to SISRAP. And so I think we came up with the 500,000 because that's where, if we look at the amount of families we're serving right now at the level, that's the amount that it's needed for 12 months.
Okay, and then last question for you. So in this CIP, we showed the last $3 million commitment for redevelopment in FY26, I think, which is fulfilling the $15 million request. Does that get you guys where you need to be for your redevelopment plans, or are you going to be coming back and making more requests later?
So we definitely will be making another request. The $15 million does not take into account West Haven, which is our largest site, and it's probably the most challenging site out of all of them, and provides the most opportunity as well. And so we are working on the dollar amounts of what it will cost to complete that site through our sustainability plan, which was required by the City Council. And so we're going to present that hopefully at the beginning of 2023. And I think it's going to be around $15 million. We still don't have a firm number. Let me say that. But when we've looked at the projections and plugging in gaps, I think we're at about $15 million, which is what's going to be needed for West Haven. The residents are currently working through that plan, and we plan to submit a LIHTC application for funding in March of 2024. And that's probably going to be a 3 or 4 phase project consisting of single family homes, some townhouses, hopefully a senior apartment building, recreation centers, community centers, and some commercial spaces for residents to grow businesses and hopefully producing other revenue for the housing authority to offset the debt service that's going to be needed to complete the redevelopment.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Sales. That was very helpful.
All right.
Thank you.
Sunshine? Can we get him?
Sorry?
Can we get Sunshine?
What was the question for Sunshine? Mr. Mathan?
I mean, the significant cost escalation for Friendship Court, including infrastructure improvements and for all of the phases.
Thank you. Can we get Mr. Mathan? Can you hear us?
Also, while we're waiting, I guess, I think at the retreat we talked about having like a work session to talk about all this sort of stuff.
Yes.
And really set out like the long-term plan for housing commitments. And I think that would be very helpful.
Thank you.
As much as I know you guys love when I ask lengthy questions during hearings.
Budget meetings is when we get to the important things. It's a good thing. I see a picture. Mr. Mathan, can you please unmute yourself?
Good evening, commissioners and city council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
So to respond to Commissioner Stoltenberg's comments, what I would start with by saying is that the original numbers that we put forth to City Council and Planning Commission were actually based on late 2018, 2019 estimates. And as you can imagine, those numbers are old and stale in today's world. As has been noted by Commissioner Stoltenberg himself and others, related to past earlier city projects, cost escalation has been dramatic and pervasive across every form of construction, including the work that we do at Friendship Court and other affordable housing. So the numbers that are, the increases in numbers reflect that cost escalation as best we know it right now in this moment in time. And I think one of the aspects that is also slightly confusing in the sequence is that when we originally submitted our requests and estimates for Friendship Court back in the early state, like 2 or 3 years ago, basically we were directed by staff to sort of lump together the infrastructure and the housing subsidy numbers. But in the interest of trying to bring more clarity and transparency to that, in the last couple of years, we've pulled that apart. Clear that a certain portion of the funds go to subsidize the housing, just like any other affordable housing, and a certain portion of the funds are dedicated to the extension of 4th Street and public streets, as well as a new future city park that will be owned and operated by the city in phases 2 and 3 as they get finished. But overall, the bottom line is that the escalations we're seeing are no different than we're seeing any other industry in the construction side is seeing. Now, there are some additional, in this COVID era, there are some additional state and federal resources that have started to emerge. But those resources are insufficient on their own to close the gap. And so we need the city to be cost participants in that to get us across the finish line.
And so is the city covering kind of its like pro rata share of that gap, like increasing proportionate to the cost increase? Or are we covering more of the gap from that? And like for your future LIHTC applications, won't that be reflected in the LIHTC awards? And I know you guys got supplemental LIHTC for phase 1. Is that sort of thing going to be available as well?
There are a bunch of points and questions in there. I want to pull it apart a little bit. So just to be clear, we did not get additional supplemental LIHTC on phase 1. Public housing got some additional LIHTC for one of their projects, but we did not on Friendship Court phase 1. Setting that aside, the increases in costs, the amount of money additional money we're asking from the city is actually a lower percentage than the pro rata share because of, as I mentioned, the federal and state resources actually make up more of that percentage. So it's a lower than pro rata share in that regard. What was your last question about future projects?
Do you expect the LIHTC allocation to increase in proportion to costs?
Unfortunately, that is not the case. And the reason for that is because there is a limited amount of LIHTC nationwide. There is a proportionate limited amount for Virginia specifically. And then inside of Virginia, Virginia Housing, the State Housing Finance Agency, breaks up their allocation into various regions. The region that we exist within is a relatively low population compared to some of the other regions. So there are maximums each year on how much each region can absorb. And we are already assuming the max. There is no additional LIHTC resources that can be pursued in that regard. Now, that being said, there is continued, at the federal level, there is continued advocacy nationwide to increase the total allocation across all states. But in this current congressional environment, it is unclear whether that will pass. If that does pass, the calculus may change in the future, but at the moment, that is not what we're seeing.
All right, thanks.
Mr. Palmer. Questions for staff on the capital improvement plan?
I don't have any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. My questions have been asked and answered very efficiently. Mr. Payne.
Try to just be very brief, but to return to the affordable housing slide, beginning in fiscal year 27, the amount is roughly 4.3 million. Would it be an accurate statement that our budget currently plans beginning in fiscal year 27 to spend less than half of our formally adopted yearly affordable housing commitment, and that over this 5-year period, we're going to spend about $10 million less than our formally adopted affordable housing commitments?
So Mr. Sanders may want to highlight, but I think one thing is this is just the CIP budget. There are also other dollars in the general fund and others that help make up that commitment. So there is, again, this is just the plan, and those out years will most certainly change as projects and things come up. But you are correct. Right now in the CIP, it is showing less.
And in the existing budget, is that gap made up for outside of the CIP yet?
Well, we only plan the general fund like 1 year at a time. And so, again, I think it's dependent on, the projects that may come forward. I don't know if you all have a long-range plan more for affordable housing, but I would, in the CIP right now, we are balanced and there is a gap.
Mm-hmm. So I guess I would just interpret that to mean we don't have a plan for how to match the commitment of our affordable housing strategy yet. The only other question related to that is, as discussed earlier, would it be an accurate statement that the city currently has no plan for how to pay for the West Haven phase of public housing redevelopment?
According to what Mr. Sales said, that is not in the dollars that are currently allocated.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pinkston, please.
Hello. So the contributions that we're making to the jail, those are captured through the general fund, general budget, is that right? Comes through that particular line item.
Yeah, the jail actually will be issuing their own bonds for that project, and they will bill us both for operating and debt service, and that will come out of the general fund.
Okay, great. What about the line?
Mr. Pinkston, can you get your microphone? We're having
Thank you.
questions from the audience.
So we did receive a request from the library for renovations to the downtown branch. That is not currently in the plan, partially because that would be a joint project with the county, and they're a little bit behind us in terms of their CIP, and it's unclear what they're working on. But we have been in contact with their budget office, and they are currently evaluating the request as well.
Okay, because as I understand, it's a pretty large request. I could look up the email. I don't have it, Mr. Plunkett.
I want to say it's like 6 million if I'm pulling that off the top of my head. I think it's about.
Is that, yeah. It's a fair chunk of change, and I think it's something that they've been asking for a number of years. So I think we should at least have that conversation with the county and with the library, and we can't continue to punt it off. So I would appreciate if we had those conversations now about that. And I'm not saying it'll end up in this plan.
Sure.
But I think we need to you know, be good partners with the library and with the county.
I'm looking at a piece of paper that says a little over 7 million, 7.194 million.
Thank you.
Total?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be our share.
7 million is our share.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm just wondering, and this is something I could probably follow up with Mr. Sanders on later, but the amount of money that's set aside for the downtown mall, continuous maintenance, I think it's like $80,000 a year. Any sense of whether we'd actually, if that's a good number or not? It seems low to me.
The assumption is that that number won't stay. The work that has to be done by the committee that has been assembled by the city manager will spend its energy trying to figure out exactly what the priorities are. And there'll be recommendations that'll come along with that.
I guess my concern, and the same with the sidewalks, I think it's fantastic that there's a new tool that's being developed, but if we have to get through these tools that we're putting together in lists, and then we end up, 18 months from now, basically, that wouldn't be right, but a year from now, still several having the same conversations. I'm just wondering, even if we don't have a firm number, could we double it or triple it or something so that by the time you have the tool ready and the budget's approved in July, the money is there? And I'd feel the same way about the sidewalks as well.
I think that's a matter of choice. You can do that and put more aside, and it'll be available when we are there and we catch up from a capacity standpoint. I am not submitting to you that we will not make progress in 2023.
Right.
It will kill me, but we will make progress in 2023.
Progress in terms of the actual...
In getting production, more production in the space of producing sidewalks and all the various things that we continually get beat up for not doing.
Right. So the money that's been set aside for sidewalks that allegedly is not being spent, that's sitting somewhere in an account and accumulating?
It's in the CIP, yep.
And do you know what that is off the top of your head?
It is 7? Like 700, I believe.
Okay, so there's a fair chunk of change that, okay.
And we have 3 actual line items within the CIP that carry an ADA label, and we're working through that. There's still more that is coming to you all as council for sure in the way of an update as to where we are with ADA. But the desire is to be able to produce more sidewalks. We don't produce any new sidewalks outside of a big project.
Right, and so, one of the pieces of feedback we're getting is, hey, we should spend $2 million a year on sidewalks, which I think is fantastic. But it sounds like when you add up a number of these line items, it's more than just $100,000 a year, and you've also been sort of accumulating funds over the years that has not been spent. And so the real sort of rate limiting step here is having the personnel you need to get this work done.
That is my message. You all just heard that from me just a few weeks ago. It's continually what I'm focused on. We don't have a money problem today. We have a performance problem, process problem. We're fixing that, and then I'll need more money. So I will tell you, she doesn't want me to say it. We will be asking for more money because we'll have the processes in place to ensure that we can spend it.
That's very helpful.
To me, is not responsible to ask for it at this moment.
Yeah, I think that's helpful for the public to know, so thank you for that. Meadow Creek Trail, did that disappear?
That's still me.
Okay.
What about it?
I didn't see it in the list.
We're funding the gap through surplus.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be coming to you at the next council meeting.
Love it.
That is the remaining amount that Mayor Snook has been making sure that we have not lost it from our radar, and I have not.
I appreciate that.
Just amazing. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it.
Did you need me?
I may well, but my first question is going to be for Chrissy.
Mayor Snook.
So you've indicated that our current contingency fund balance is about $12.7 million, and that you've allocated about 9.5-ish in here, and so leaving, by that math, $3.2 million left in the contingency fund. What is that a typical amount year over year? Does that get us back sort of to normal?
It does. I mean, I think if you go back and look at the history of the contingency account, we've kind of been all over the place. 3 million's typically been about our high. This is not normal, really, but those three things are contributing to that. But, you know, we don't have a policy about how much should be in there. So I know at some point it was as low as 600,000 one time, but we've usually hovered around a couple million.
Mm-hmm. So if we look at, I mean, ultimately, the purpose of a contingency fund is to be available to be spent for something we do not now foresee. Would it be fair to say that we could, you know, if there's some unforeseen circumstance that gets us to needing another $2 million, it would not be irresponsible to say we could put that much more into a project this year?
That's correct, because keep in mind that the contingency by policy is funded by any year-end surplus. So you have an opportunity, you know, for replenishment each year.
Yeah.
And so it's not like it's a one and done kind of thing.
I mean, I never want to get to the position
Right.
where we've spent every penny of our contingency
That's right.
funds.
That's right.
But leaving $1 million in the bank, for example, would be a responsible position.
Mhm.
Okay. I note that there are 3 roof replacements in this schedule. Is there any plan to coordinate with some sort of, you know, replacing the roof and adding solar panels or something like that? Is that in here anywhere, or is that simply when that plan gets developed, we can add it in?
So Mr. Goddard is on, and he can speak to this better than me, but I'll just quickly say that right now, solar is not part of those numbers. They are simply roof replacements. But Mike, do you have anything you want to add?
Sure, yeah, we as you said, we don't have funding for the solar component right now, but we will be designing those roofs with the intention of making them solar ready. So if in the future we are able to identify some funding for those solar installations, which we have a couple different schemes working right now to try and do that, then we will be ready.
I mean, and related to that, I'm looking at the budget for the CHS roof replacement, and you've designated, I mean, you say $4.8 million between fiscal year 24, 25, and 26 to be spent on that, plus 1.2 million in this fiscal year, suggesting a total of about $6 million. I guess my first question is, I'm a little surprised that it's a 4-year project, as opposed, I would think it would be something that would be completed faster than that. Is there a reason for a 4-year project?
There are a couple reasons. One is that there are some supply chain issues in the roofing industry right now that it's causing it to be pretty difficult to get that quantity of roofing material all in one shot. Another reason for that is that there's a limit to how much we can accomplish in one summer, as short as our school summers are these days. And that's not something we can do with an occupied school or part of a school. So it's just responsible to phase it that way. And another is to make it a little easier to swallow financially.
Okay. But if we're currently, as in this fiscal year, looking to spend 1.2 million on a roof replacement, not to mention the 4.8 to come, it would seem to me that right now is the time to be making plans for solar on those roofs, not some point down the road.
Well, right now we are making plans for the roof, which includes making the roof solar ready. So in that sense, we are planning for it. In another sense, we do have our friends in environmental working on a plan to find an alternative funding method for that. So that is happening. I can't report on where they are in the process with accuracy, so I won't. But that's not something that isn't being planned on right now. It's just it's not ready to go as we speak.
Okay. Turning to the next page, and thank you, Mr. Goddard. I think that's all the questions I've got that are school related.
Thank you.
All right.
A couple of questions on the transportation and access portion. We're looking to be spending next fiscal year $3.7 million on traffic signal infrastructure replacement, and then $1 million a year thereafter for the next 4 years. What's driving that? What's going on there?
You want to talk? Oh, I thought you were coming up here. So there is a study that has been commissioned, and we are awaiting the final results. But we do know that we have a lot of aging infrastructure as related to the traffic signals. There have been 3 specific intersections that have been deemed emergencies, my word, not the report's word, but they're in severe shape. And again, with supply chain issues and the cost of those that equipment has skyrocketed, which has the 3.7 is basically to immediately address those 3 intersections, and then the $1 million a year is to sort of have a replacement plan in place to do that. We have not done that for a very long time.
And then I note there are a couple of different places where we've got some money set aside, and then it's written in green, so I assume
That's
a change. Citywide ADA improvements, sidewalks and curb cuts, for example. It looks like it got zeroed out of the non-bondable and put into bondable. Is that what happened?
That's exactly what happened. Actually, somebody asked, maybe Rory asked that question today, and I had a little bit of a heart attack because I looked at that and I was like, oh my gosh, that's not supposed to be zeroed out, and I forgot we had moved it up to bondable. So, but there is some existing balances in those accounts, and Mr. Sanders and his team is working on an ADA plan, which will be coming forward to council as well. So that's a work in progress.
And I appreciate the fact that, you know, we talked last year during the budget process about the need to get additional construction capacity and project managers and so on, so that we can actually start spending some of the money that we've allocated. And I take it that this is how that's going to be happening at this point. Is that, yeah. Now, on the next page, there was a sly reference to Commissioner Stolzenberg that I must have missed the significance of about the Economic Development Strategic Initiative being zeroed out. I wonder if for the benefit of us relative newbies, what's going on there?
I'll just tell him myself. It's one of his favorite things to bring up in the budget that he questions every year. And there is a balance there, and so we made a decision not to add any new funding this year.
How much is the balance?
1.6.
Thank you.
Okay.
See, he's got all the details.
1.6, I assume that's million, not individual
It is
dollars.
million.
Yeah. Then there are, on the CAT Transit Bus Replacement Match, next year you're asking for another $100,000 and more than this year. How does that number get figured? Is that based on a certain number of buses that we think we're going to want to replace, or what's the origin of that number?
So CAT maintains a bus replacement schedule. Those dollars are only the city match dollars. The large majority of that purchase price is covered by the state and federal dollars, or federal dollars, which are in CAT. And so we budget the city's match in the CIP, and then it gets transferred as those buses are purchased.
Any idea how many buses that's expected to buy us?
I don't know. Do you have any idea?
I'd say I can ask Mr. Williams between
We
now
can
and the time
follow
we
up.
pass the budget, so.
Yeah, we'll follow up with you on that.
Okay. Then there's $100,000 allocated for neighborhood transportation improvements, which is an increase from 50 from years before. What are neighborhood transportation improvements? What are we talking about there?
Those are generally specific projects that our transportation engineer has laid out. Do you know what they are? I don't. Oh, sorry.
It's the NDS director.
Yeah, thank you. So neighborhood transportation improvements are improvements aimed at neighborhood safety, and they're intended to be of the quick build variety. So not totally dissimilar from what we've been doing with the Safe Routes to School program, right? So it's recognizing that a lot of the improvements that we'd like to make in terms of transportation improvements, neighborhood safety, pedestrian safety, and all of that type of stuff, tend to be very expensive sidewalks. We've seen what the costs are for sidewalks lately, right? So what are the things that we can do more quickly on a more wider scale across the entire city, particularly with a focus on safe routes to school? So that's what those funds are targeted for. And the transportation planner and that team that we're forming are going to be the ones spearheading an effort with partner agencies like Transportation Engineer and others to implement.
So more paint and plastic rather than concrete.
So that we can get farther faster.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Let's see.
Sorry, and just to clarify on the traffic signals, that's 5 for next year and that 3.7, right? The 3 Emmett, Rugby, and then Cherry and Roosevelt Brown?
I'm sorry, I said 3. Yep. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. There are a couple of other issues I'll talk to folks about later on, but one of the sort of broad concerns I have is that we know that although we don't have a plan to deal with the issue yet, I think we can reasonably anticipate that at some point in the next, hopefully 6 months or so, we will at least develop some sort of a plan to try to do something about the unhoused folks. That's likely to involve a capital expenditure. And I will just say that I think that if we get into a situation where we don't have any flexibility at all to address that problem, we may find ourselves, we may be kicking ourselves 6 months from now. And I'm not sure exactly what I'm trying to say here, except that that's a problem we know is important. We know we're not addressing anywhere else in here. And whether that qualifies as a use for the contingency fund, I don't know. But it's something that I hope everybody, both on the Planning Commission and City Council, will keep in mind.
Are you thinking perhaps go ahead and including a line item?
Well, I would be reluctant to include a line item that is purely a stab in the dark, particularly because it's likely to be a 7-figure stab in the dark. And that's more than I want to be stabbing at. So, but I just want everybody to keep in mind that that's got to be a priority for us once we identify a possible solution.
Well, and I would just say, in fairness, I mean, one of the sort of themes with this CIP budget is it is sort of holding the line. Because there are a lot of things that are unknown. Affordable housing plans are coming, ADA stuff, strategic plan. And so we do have capacity, as we've said. We still have to figure out the affordability piece of it. But all of the inflationary increases and the increases in the CIP that we're seeing, because we are fortunate enough that we have this CIP contingency, we're able to cover those increases without really, I think last year our bondable dollar amount was either like 119, 121, and we're only at 125, and we've added 2 more years in.
Yeah.
So, you know, to that end, that was sort of the thought process that we sort of hold during this sort of inflationary time and give us some flexibility to look at other things like the library and you know, things council wants to do.
And the last comment I would make, at the risk of seeming like I'm engaging in a debate with Councilor Payne, is to note that for fiscal year 24 and 25, we're projecting to spend almost $11 million the first year and over $11 million in the capital fund out of those 2 years, and $9 million out of FY 26. It's only in FY 27 and FY 28 that things begin to fall off a little bit, although by FY 28 we're still back over $10 million a year. So we've got $42 million allocated simply out of the capital budget towards a $50 million commitment.
And the 5-year total is 42 million, not 50?
Right, it's 42 million out of a $50 million commitment. And the out year that begins to give us problem is 4 years away.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to hear from the public. Again, 2 minutes per, please. And please try to avoid repetition if you can. It's adequate to say, I agree with the last speaker, or something along those lines. That counts. Thank you.
Okay, as our chair noted, we have 2 minutes for each speaker. We will begin with our in-person audience and ask for speakers, and then we will alternate with our virtual audience. Do we have anyone in our in-person audience who would like to speak to the CIP? All right, we have a speaker, Chair.
Please, I believe that might be maybe Peter Krebs.
Reveal myself now.
I knew it.
Good evening, Council and Planning Commission. I'm Peter Krebs from the Piedmont Environmental Council. I'm a Belmont resident. I'd like to just start by applauding the staff for a really great job this year with both the quality of the materials, but also very frank, candid, and mature discussion about what's going on. The city's bicycle pedestrian infrastructure is really far short. I think we all know that. And we also know that there are very serious and legitimate constraints. So those were articulated a little bit, but for the benefit of the public who are listening, 2 issues are a large amount of funding properly dedicated to reconfiguring schools, and also currently a sort of lack in project management expertise and staffing. So I just have a few creative ways to deal with those 2 situations. First of all, I really applaud the effort to staff up the project management capacity. Let's really keep our eye on the ball with that one and see it through. That's not only for spending our own resources, but for availing of federal and state resources. Also, we should allocate, and in the millions of dollars, monies for sidewalks and bike lanes in the out years, once we have the capacity and once we're past the reconfiguration. That's what the county did. They allocated $6 million across several years, and now we're seeing sidewalks on Rio Road and Avon Street. Lastly, I'd also like to applaud the commitment and please increase and continue the neighborhood transportation projects that are making it safer to get to school for kids and are having a real impact on people's daily lives. Thank you very much.
And thank you.
All right, we will move to our virtual audience. We have our next speaker, Ms. Johnson.
Please unmute.
Ms. Johnson, you can unmute and speak. Ms. Johnson, are you able to unmute?
I believe we can come back to you.
All right, we will move to our next speaker and come back to Ms. Johnson. Our next speaker, Mr. Rylander.
Hi, this is Mark Rylander representing the Charlottesville Tree Commission. Can you hear me all right?
You sound great.
Okay. I am serving the last of my 6 years, and I wanted to thank Council and the Planning Commission for your continuing support for tree-related issues over the past years. We've been working with the city's new urban forester, Steve Gaines, who's with you tonight, seated behind the mayor, and have identified top priorities for our that have found their way into the CIP. There are 4 specific line items. One of them is to mitigate the loss of trees that we've talked about in our State of the Forest report, funding for approximately planting 200 new trees. Some are replacement trees to offset the accelerating decline of the tree canopy. There's a line item for ash trees, which we're losing at a particularly great rate and have become an actual safety hazard. And so that request will span several years as these trees are almost entire, will be eliminated except for the ones that are protected, inoculated. And the third item is for taking care of our downtown mall trees. We are in need of a strategic plan for a lot of these trees which have been declining. Most of these tree items are really in the defined as a backlog of capital maintenance and existing infrastructure, as you've defined it earlier today. And lastly, and this is a new item, is invasive plant control and containment. A lot of our parks and schools, as you may have noticed, are becoming overrun with invasive species, and they need really a push to sort of retake those areas. And we hope that you'll consider that as an important priority as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, I will turn back to our in-person audience. Do we have anyone else who'd like to speak on the CIP public hearing this evening in the in-person audience? All right, I don't see any hands at this moment. We will go back and hope Ms. Johnson is able to join us this time. Ms. Johnson, are you able to unmute?
You are currently muted.
Ms. Johnson, are you able to unmute? It's your turn to speak.
Ms. Johnson, we will come back to you later tonight. Thank you very much.
All right, then our next speaker is Mr. Similek.
Can you hear me okay?
Sounds good.
Great. Hi, John Semmelhack, 1515 Chesapeake Street, representing Livable Seaville. The proposed CIP is a significant step forward for Charlottesville. It prioritizes quality school facilities, and the city should be commended for its funding of affordable housing initiatives. But even as Charlottesville's housing crisis seems to be worsening, the proposed CIP keeps funding flat for the Affordable Housing Fund and the Supplemental Rental Assistance Program. We recommend increasing the funding for both of these programs to help meet the city's housing needs. Second, where the proposed CIP falls far short is in the area of improving pedestrian, cycling, and accessibility infrastructure. We strongly recommend progressively increasing funding over the course of the 5-year CIP, so that by fiscal year 2028, the city is spending $2 million annually for both new sidewalks and bike infrastructure. The proposed $100,000 for new sidewalks and about the same for bike infrastructure for each of the next 5 years are not consistent with the comprehensive plan's vision to make Charlottesville a city that is accessible to all people. Providing safe, reliable, and accessible bike and pedestrian infrastructure is essential to meeting the city's climate and public safety goals. It's also essential to the comprehensive plan's vision for more housing in Charlottesville, as quality bike ped infrastructure go hand in hand with allowing more people to live close to jobs, schools, and amenities. We recognize increased revenue may be required to pay for these projects. We support revenue enhancement and do not believe money should be pulled from projects such as school reconfiguration or affordable housing initiatives, so that we can fund everything, including improvements to bike and ped infrastructure. Thank you for your service to our community and for your consideration.
Thank you.
All right, I'll try our in-person audience. So there are any interested speakers? All right, then we'll move back to our virtual audience. We have Mr. Whittle. Mr. Whittle, you can unmute and speak.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks.
So I followed the long and upsetting journey of this comprehensive plan and its associated rezoning, and I'm more convinced than ever that it's deeply misguided and will not only result
I'm sorry,
in
is
little...
this about the capital improvement plan or the comprehensive plan?
Sorry, I'm talking about the comprehensive plan.
Next show, please.
So sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any other virtual speakers on the CIP hearing? If you would like to speak, please raise your hand virtually. Our next speaker that we have is Mr. Collins.
Good evening, Planning Commission and City Council. My name is Brandon Collins. I've lived in the city of Charlottesville my entire life and have raised children here and continue to raise children here. Just wanted to put in another vote in favor of planning ahead to meet the needs of the Charlottesville community and its affordable housing needs. The redevelopment of West Haven has begun in a sense as we've begun working with residents. That site is a large site, has many opportunities. CRHA is going to find many funding opportunities that we're not going to be able to find without city support. And I think it's really wise to start thinking now, about 5 years down the road, when we'll be ready to spend some money to fundamentally alter the situation of affordable housing and public housing in the city of Charlottesville. I'm not going to give you my whole speech, but in 1954, the city of Charlottesville created a housing authority to basically steal land at Vinegar Hill and Garrett Street and Hartman's Mill. And the only thing that was given in return was that housing authority, which is now steadily performing and providing additional affordable housing while significantly increasing the quality of life for our current residents. And if we want to do that, and we want to be a city that can make amends and that can provide ample affordable housing for the entire community, we really have to plan ahead and be thinking about where we're going to find those dollars for West Haven redevelopment. With that, I would also just support fully funding affordable housing in the CIP and other initiatives to go along with the affordable housing strategy.
Thank you very much.
All right. Do we have any speakers in person? Yes, sir. Please come forward.
Nice to see a face. Thank you.
My name is Bob Roach. I'm the Vice President of Johnson Village Neighborhood Association. I keep hearing about the funding for, I think what Mayor Smith called the paint and plastic versus the concrete. One of the things that we've tried to do over the years, mostly for safety reasons, and especially now with all the kids walking to Johnson Elementary, is to get a four-way stop at an intersection in our neighborhood at Trail Ridge and Shamrock. We've been rebuffed time and time again on this, that it's just not really needed. And the truth is that it's probably needed now more than ever. And I think that we finally got our neighborhood association going again after being dormant or a one-person band for a long time. Thank you, Heather. But we've got our neighborhood association going again, and we're going to be coming back to the city to try and get this four-way stop. They did put in the paint and plastic, the little white poles, which I think, in my opinion, are a temporary solution. They are helping, yes. We're glad to have them, but to us, it's a temporary solution where we could have a four-way stop. And we've been given a long list of reasons why we shouldn't have it there. And I could give you all kinds of reasons why we should. So I just wanted to bring that up as part of the CIP. And it's a very, I imagine it would be an inexpensive thing to do to put a four-way stop in. And it's something that you will be hearing from us in the near future.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have a couple of hands. Mr. Mathon, I believe is trying to speak as a speaker for the public hearing, and we have him on our panelist list. So, Mr. Mathon, if you would like to take your opportunity to speak, that would be fine.
Thank you. Good evening, Planning Commissioner and City Council members. I've truncated my comments since I had a chance to speak a little bit earlier as well. But up for discussion tonight is the upcoming 5-year CIP with requests for substantial investment in the development of housing that will be affordable to families and individuals from below 30% of the area median income, those who rely on the stability of safety net housing, up to 40 and 50 and 60% and even up to 80% of the area median income. Those families who want to live in the city, who are often striving to break free from cycles of generational poverty and yet cannot afford to live in free market housing. The call to action is clear, and over the last few years, the city has stepped up admirably and done its part by funding Friendship Court and public housing redevelopments, and the time for action yet is renewed. Our regional housing nonprofits, CRHA, Habitat, and Piedmont Housing Alliance have invested hundreds of hours of staff time and ventured hundreds of thousands of dollars in pre-development planning efforts to put additional affordable housing opportunities in front of you. Historical thresholds of city investment in affordable housing have been commendable, but as has been noted earlier, we operate in an entirely new development cost environment now. I know from peer housing organizations in Virginia and beyond that inflationary pressures are regularly delaying or killing affordable housing projects across the nation. And though some state and federal resources have increased during the pandemic, they are insufficient on their own to close the funding gaps while also holding firm to the deep levels of long-term affordability desired. City funding unlocks every other potential subsidy source. And to be blunt, these housing opportunities have no chance of moving forward without substantial city support. Commissioners and councilors, please continue to raise your voice in support of the investment necessary to make these opportunities possible. Thank you for your service and your commitment to bridging the divide and creating a city that works for everyone.
All right. Do we have any other speakers in the room? Okay, yes, ma'am.
I wasn't planning on speaking about this, but since Bob got up, I decided I'd just second what he said about Johnson Village. I'm a civil transportation and environmental engineer. I've been working for the DOT as an engineer for 22 years, and I've tried to talk, when I first moved here, I've lived here for 15 years. When I first moved here, I tried to get speed bumps put in on Shamrock because people fly in and out of Johnson Village. It's one way in and one way out, so you really are limited. And because of that, they couldn't put speed bumps in. So I definitely agree with Bob that a four-way stop is necessary for that intersection. We've had pedestrians get hit on Shamrock. We've had just lots of students constantly walking to Johnson Village, and it is very, very dangerous. So.
I'm sorry, could you say your name?
Michelle Heimgartner, sorry.
Thanks.
All right. Our next virtual speaker is Ms. Slaughter.
Mute. Now I've got the direction that I'm unmuted. Thank you, Planning Commission and City Councilors. I've written you about, I'm Kay Slaughter. I live in the Woolen Mills neighborhood. While I've written you about the West Main Street, I'd like to speak to it tonight for the CIP to ask that you allocate some amount of money to redo the plaques on the Drury Brown Bridge, purchase flag holders for existing lights, and flags silk screened with faces of the 37 bridge builders that can be put in, and they're not 37 lights, of course, but can be circulated during the year. I think that this would be a great memorial, if it were more visible, to these 37 people who contributed to the civil rights of the city, to working for justice and equality for citizens in Charlottesville. For PC, Planning Commission and City Council members who served for a while, I presented this plan in the past, but it's always been waiting for the entire street to be redone. Meanwhile, existing plaques have rusted, some have been removed, the bridge is not noticeable. You can look at on our website at charlottesvillebridgebuilders.org to see a mock-up of how the signs could look. Many other cities have done this, including New York with a big exhibit of the Chinese artist Ai Weiwei's portraits. Hometown heroes, veterans in many small Virginia cities have been honored this way. I'd like to propose that the city look at this and consider it in the current CIP. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, any other in-person speakers? All right, do we have any additional virtual speakers? We don't have any hands raised, but if you would like to speak to the CIP, this is an opportunity to raise your hand virtually. All right, Mr. Mitchell, you've taken over as chair. Looks like we have completed speakers for our public hearing.
Right, remind me, because it's been a couple of years since I've done this. I think we then open it up to the commissioners, do that?
Correct.
All right, I'll begin with me since the chair usually begins with me. One thing that I would like to continue to remind staff to do is to get the chair involved a little earlier than we do. The couple of years that I chaired, I had to jump up and down and say, "Ooh, remember me, invite me in." So it would be really helpful if we could get at least the chair involved a little earlier, so that the chair can then begin coaching the rest of his colleagues on, what's on the way. But this, I've done this. I think this is my sixth CIP meeting. And this is absolutely the most complete, most thorough, most well thought out, well presented, well organized piece. I really appreciate the way you guys married this to the comprehensive plan. A very nice touch. I really appreciate the tools that you guys provided us to navigate through this. And I do recognize the amount of wrestling you guys did with the trade-offs. There are lots of trade-offs. I'm frankly not going to second guess anything you guys have suggested we do. Because I've watched what you've done, I've read the documents pretty completely. And I'll just defer to my colleagues as it relates to what trade-offs they may want to do. The only thing that I'd ask that we do is that we respect our fiduciary responsibility. And by that I mean we respect the importance of our bond rating as we make recommendations. We respect the importance of balancing the budget. And we respect the importance of making this thing as revenue neutral as possible. Let's not recommend stuff that is going to force council then to go back and ask for yet another increase in revenues. And that was me, because you were gonna ask me.
Thank you very much. You've correctly intuited my plan. Mr. Duranzio. Close. I see you are unmuted, but I do not hear you. Mr. Duranzio, we will return to you in a moment. But Mr. Habab, please.
Thanks, Chair. Can I ask more questions to staff?
Yes.
That I missed earlier. One question I had, I would like to hear from, if you have anybody from the climate program, on how the CIP is kind of aligning with what we're going to be looking at a little bit later, the climate action plan, and if the things that we have on the CIP are, do we meet our target or our goals, or how does that, as a general statement, I guess.
I can give you, while we're collecting them from the other room because they're next door waiting to come in to make their presentation. I'll speak to it just to kind of fill time, but.
Thank you.
Council is currently prioritizing items as action items for implementation in this FY24 fiscal year. As that information comes together, which I'm wrapping up right now, we'll be sharing that with the staff for them to begin to integrate that into their work plan, and that'll be a part of the budget assessment as well. And I'll let Crystal finish whatever else.
Do you mind repeating the question?
Sure.
Surprisingly, there's a lag in the other room to your recording.
Welcome, Ms. Redmond. Thank you.
Thanks. The general question was, how does our CIP as it stands right now help us meet our climate action plan goals? And is there room for improvement, or where are we?
Oh, that's a big question.
Yeah.
I think there are projects in the CIP that align with key actions in the climate plan. I think there are always opportunities to add more things, depending on what our pace, what the pace is that we're looking for. It's also my understanding, and Mr. Sanders may already have answered this, that there's some work that could be done to make the CIP reflect climate as a priority. Does that answer what you're looking for? We can talk maybe more during the climate plan piece, but as we have presented in the climate plan, there are some specific strategies that will help us make progress, particularly on the municipal side, where we do have facilities that use energy, we have fleets that use energy. Those are some places that we could select to put some funding towards to start making progress sooner rather than later. 2030 is not that far away. 2050 is going to be here, and there's some foundational work that could be done to get us moving.
Thank you. And perhaps, I mean, making a point to Mayor Snook's earlier question on the roof replacement and the solar panels, if there's a way to communicate beforehand and try to make those part of the projects that we're looking at.
Yeah, and I appreciated Mike Goddard's answer. His team and the environmental team are co-located, and we do a lot of brainstorming together and trying to sequence what has to happen first. And clearly you need a viable roof before you can put solar on it. So getting the roof projects funded is critical to moving the solar piece forward. If there is not a strategy to fund solar with bondable or unbondable funds, then we are being given the direction by alternative to use a funding method like a power purchase agreement. And so we've initiated the process to try and look at some cooperative procurement options, and we will light a fire under that process based on our discussions tonight.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
One more question to Mr. Gaines
Please.
on the invasive species control. I saw they had a request for $75,000, and I wanted to ask, is that enough, or how much, where does that take us?
Welcome,
and
Mr. Gaines.
how much do we need it? It's not funded currently.
Well, I think a lot of the funding with the invasive containment goes kind of hand in hand with how we are trying to restructure our canopy. We are investing a lot of money in planting trees. We have a lot of areas throughout the city that are really overrun with invasive plants. So the idea is getting rid of some of the invasive plants and getting room for more plantings. So I think $75,000 would be a good start. I think overall, they should probably be about equal. If we're putting $100,000 towards trees, I think we should probably put $100,000 a year towards having more places to put those trees. But we are losing the battle with the invasives. So does that answer the question?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just something to, I think I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, but we do not use Roundup. We use less toxic ways of digging that stuff up. So that's why it's going to cost as much as it's going to cost to get the invasive species out.
I got a question on that too, if you guys don't mind me jumping in.
Briefly.
What is that $75,000? Sorry, Steve, I think you might back up. What does that $75,000 actually go to? Is that paying for the pesticide or whatever? Is it for manpower? Can it be at least partially replaced by volunteer labor from organizations like PRISM?
Sure. I think volunteer labor goes a long way, and I really do think that volunteers make the world go round. I think what my idea is with this, and I worked, spent a long time working with the state. I worked for the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation. Our approach was generally to do some sort of chemical treatments initially to knock back what's there, actually do something to inhibit the root system of these plants. And then, I don't know if you guys have seen these forestry mulchers. It's essentially a hydraulic boom that will shred a big multiflora rose bush in a very short amount of time. But some of these larger acreages, if you go to Quarry Park, for example, and you walk into the upper trails, it's probably 10, 12 acres of nothing but vines. You're not going to be able to do that with a couple of volunteers with some loppers. So the idea is to go in with these mulchers, and after they've been treated once with herbicide, and mulch them down, and then probably have to do some spot treatments, but then just plant quick and thick, like small spacings, and get shade on the ground. But plant them in rows so that we can mow in between to knock down invasives, residual invasives, and give the trees a chance to put some shade on the ground so that it can actually start to grow without our constant maintenance. But we've got a large area, so really machinery is what we would really be paying for, and probably a contractor. There's other contractors out there that can do this kind of work for us. So it wouldn't be city staff. It would be professionals doing this.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you. Mr. Bob, did you finish your thoughts?
I finished my questions. My thought would be to find a way to, I don't know where we can take the money out from, but it's a small ask in the grand scheme of our CIP, and it could go a long way in maintaining our tree canopy and helping us reach our tree preservation goals. Thank you.
Mr. Duranzio, are you back with us?
Let's find out.
Yes.
All right. Boss, actually, I'm fairly content right now, and rather than considering the long evening ahead of us, my questions are very minor, and I can ask them elsewhere.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz.
Okay. So I do have a question. It's probably a very stupid question, but transit, is that a general fund thing, and that's not CIP?
Nope.
No.
It is CIP.
It is CIP. So I guess my comment would be, because I guess we had there was a line item for, I guess, bus replacements. We have, our comp plan is, trying to put a lot of density in. We obviously have a very big problem with parking and traffic. Are we planning ahead for increases in transit? Drastic increases in transit that seem to be asked for by quite a few people. The public.
So I think the answer is yes to that. Mr. Sanders can probably answer that better, but just a couple clarifications. Transit is its own fund. It is not part of the general fund. And it's only part of the CIP in as much as the city contributes to the capital purchases for transit, because it is largely funded by federal FTA dollars. So as we're looking at the regional transportation planning, and they have lots of ideas and plans for the future, you'll see that there are several requests that came forward on that list that's in your packet. But those are all to sort of be discussed and decided as to what we do with those. How much of that is actually, if we are doing a regional authority, how much of that is actually city shared regionally. So yeah, there's lots to discuss there.
Let's discuss. So in our current budgeting plan, do we have room for that to be added in the near future?
We have room. To what capacity and degree, I think that depends on how we align those priorities. But we have capacity to add. But as we've talked about, there's lots of stuff. So sorry to be vague, but.
Well, I guess my vague comment would be, it would be nice to see some planning ahead to make sure that we can meet our transit needs. whether that's, I guess, yeah, CIP or what, those other areas that the funding would come from.
So what I'd like to say to you is, as Chrissy pointed out on one of the slides, that one of the CIP challenges was labeled transportation and access. It's coming. The alternative fuel study that CAT is in right now is going to actually bring forward a number of recommendations. They're going to come at considerable cost. The desire to shift the fleet to electric, all electric, some version of electric mixed with whatever else in between is going to come at a very high cost. Those are very expensive decisions to be made there. And all of CAT's items that appear in the CIP are related to the local match. So the local match over the next few years is going to dramatically increase. That will all begin pretty much with FY25. We'll be making those decisions for what kind of recommendations to bring forward in the next fiscal year. They're expecting to get the study back sometime early part of spring. And from that, we have to develop an implementation plan and then submit that to the FTA. They then give us approval as to how we can move that schedule forward, and that's when we start scheduling what the costs are going to be.
Okay.
So it's hard to tell you how much and really how fast, because there's still some decisions that have to be made with council as to how fast they want us to go, but we're going to be able to tell you what it's going to cost very soon. Yeah.
So, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, do we have all of your comments?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you very much.
Not my strong suit.
It comes with time. Mr. Stolzenberg, comments?
Yeah, well, I guess one comment for Commissioner Schwartz. I think in the vision plan for the, beyond the fuel study for increases in frequency, that sort of thing, the hope was that we would get that, I think it's a 1/4 sales tax for the Regional Transportation Authority that Richmond has, that region. So I hope we put that on the legislative agenda. But hopefully we get that eventually. I echo what Commissioner Mitchell said, that this was a really well put together CIP with lots of helpful resources. And as a result, I'm going to recommend very few changes, only 3 and maybe a half.
It was that strategic planning money that went out.
Still questions about what we do with that 1.6 million in there, but I'm sure you guys will figure something out. In the parking lot to buy somewhere. Let's see. I guess one question I had, it's not one of my recommended changes. I have heard this talk floating around of this sort of after we do this downtown mall study and have this committee for a year and change, about kind of putting money into the mall beyond the tree lifecycle management stuff. I have heard the number $5 million tossed around. Is there? I'm not saying who that came from. Has there been talk about that in your future planning?
Peanut gallery in the back. We're not sure what is it going to cost, what it's going to cost at this point. The committee's purpose is to actually define a scope.
Yeah.
And from that, we will determine what series of recommendations we want to bring forward, and they'll come with cost projections. There are a number of conflicts with the downtown mall itself. The trees are just one. That's the easier one. Our prior urban forester identified challenges. Steve has reminded us if we don't move quick, they may actually fall. So we want to prevent that from happening. Getting that taken care of is just one piece of it. There's all kinds of conflicts, ADA conflicts, and things of that nature that need to be addressed as well. So there's going to be some cost. I don't know where $5 million where that came from. I heard that too. I hope it won't cost that, but we don't know that.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't know that yet.
Yeah, fair. And I mean, there's not really room for it. I guess for that, it might be worth talking or thinking about business improvement district, like a special tax, which we've talked about a few times in the past. I think most recently was shot down because they didn't quite know what they were going to do with it.
Sure.
But soon we'll have lots of nice paths.
Nothing's been taken off the table, and part of me being new, I've been asking questions like that as well, so I assure you, we'll look at all of that.
And then I had a question about the streetlight conversion to LEDs that's in the unfunded list. It's priority 4, but in the climate action plan, I think you guys write that it would pay itself back in 3 to 4 years, which seems just like a crazy good investment. What drives the low priority, and I mean, why not fund it if it's going to pay itself back almost immediately?
So, in fairness, I don't know. I do not have a specific answer for you for that. What I would say is that those things are payback, and they are certainly a variable to that. But again, it's not free, and so it does count as part of the debt capacity and all those things. Is that material in this case? No. But again, we really were trying to hold the line on this CIP and basically nibble around the edges of the things that we thought were pretty substantial that needed to get in.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have a real concrete answer on that one.
So is the
honestly.
thought that like maybe next year you'd be including things like that?
Perhaps,
or-
and I think too, as we are working to develop the climate action plan, to come forth with a more comprehensive idea instead of, here, to kind of look at this a little bit more comprehensively and figure out where we want to put all the dollars to be the most impactful.
Yep. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, I've got other thoughts, but no more questions. Were we talking about that? Thoughts yet?
This is
Okay.
thoughts.
So on sidewalks and pedestrian things, bike things, I certainly get the reluctance to put funding in to fund it without the capacity to spend it. That said, we certainly are planning to have that capacity in the future. And I appreciate Sam's modesty of not wanting to ask for the money before we know that we're going to be able to spend it then. But I have confidence in you guys and you. And I think the idea of increasing funding in out years, just so that, it's in there as a placeholder and we're not anticipating, it's not, oh no, now we have capacity and we need to figure out how to stuff it into the CIP. And just to be able to be planning for that now. And then if worst case we don't have the capacity, which I don't believe will happen, then we can, take it out of the CIP for those years, push it later. Don't authorize them in the current budget year until we have the capacity, but be planning for that ramp up. I think that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Were we gonna, do you guys want to, I think in previous years we've recommended changes one by one and taken a vote on?
We're not there yet,
Okay, not there.
but thank you. Moving to Mr. Palmer. Thoughts? If we still have you. I do not see you.
Here's the map.
What we do? Oh, yes, the map. I see you. Mr. Palmer, can you share your thoughts?
He said he did. Maybe
It was said. I'll give you another chance. Personally, I would like to say tremendous progress this year.
Thank you.
This is a hard one. But I see a lot of thought and I see a lot of effort to make it all add up and resolve some of the many tensions that we suffer from between our many silos. So
It takes a village. There's
Yes.
a lot of people who had input on this, so.
I know it, but I see the effort and I see the progress. It is
Thanks.
appreciated.
Good.
Overall, I mean, as in previous years, I'm very concerned with the number of, I think, excellent, important projects that city staff are calling for and our external partners are calling for that I don't see in the plan. And I worry that we have very expensive items invading our plan from within and from without. And I don't see a solution this year, but we will have to find those solutions for sure. I believe that revenue is going to be part of that, that conversation, and hopefully partners will be part of that conversation as well. Council, you will get another bite at this, but if you wish to share some thoughts, Mr. Payne, please.
No, not about this, but I just want to share. I've gotten 2 emails that there are issues with the Channel 10 feed.
We've
for this
been
meeting.
working with that,
Okay.
all behind the scenes.
Okay, nope.
It's a Comcast concern, and the people that we've communicated with, we've let them know about the Zoom and Boxcast options.
Great.
Time to hike those peg fees.
But I know council's going to have a lot more discussions on this, and we have a long night, so I'll just leave it at that and think we began this process earlier. The tool is great. This has been a very substantive discussion, and just thank you, Plan Commission staff. But I'll save my comments for future meetings.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Pinkston.
Yeah, yes, I agree with what's been said. Just a question, so what was the process for items that went from the new request summary, the ones that went from that list to the actual CIP you've proposed? I mean, would I find it if I looked in more of the notes and so forth in the?
I don't think there was more, not really.
Okay.
It was more of a discussion. Some of the things that got into the CIP were things that presented themselves as more pressing issues. But again, there were very few things that got added. But in terms of a, beyond discussion and sort of at the discretion of and the judgment of the budget team.
So priorities 1 and so for instance, priority 1, which is the library, didn't make it to the list because just the judgment of the team in terms of holding the line as you described it for the overall size of the budget.
Yep. Those priorities were assigned by the departments when they submitted them. They had up to 10 priorities to submit.
Oh, I see.
They were their priorities. The library actually submitted that request, and that was their only one, so it was assigned a priority 1.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Snook.
I'm just wondering, I've heard reference a couple different times to the list of things that was not funded, and I didn't see that list. Did I miss it? Is it in the packet?
It is.
It's maybe the last page.
Okay. Okay, I'll find it then. Okay.
It's a tier-worthy list. There's actually some very good stuff in there.
I see it. Okay. I will look at it.
Okay.
No other questions?
At this time, actually, I think we've resolved everyone. Can we talk about proposals?
May I make a recommendation?
I'd like to hear it.
For a process.
Please.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to move that we approve the CIP as presented by staff. Get folks to agree to that, and then we go through friendly amendments or amendments, and we all vote on each amendment.
Sensible.
Is that, Ms. Creasy, does that work? Okay. Everybody cool with that?
Do I hear that motion?
That was my motion.
I heard a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I hear a second. Let us discuss.
So I'll open up my motion to amendments.
Do we want to?
You had some.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Got a couple. I don't know. No one else? Jump in. I think someone's gonna steal one of those.
We'll do the line. Mr. Mitchell, do you have any amendments you would like to make?
I'm not willing to fight for it, no.
Mr. Duranzio, amendments you would wish to request?
Not at this moment, but I suspect that Commissioner Stolzenberg has one written a little more cleanly than mine.
This is the moment. Eyebrows.
I understand.
Okay. Mr. Bob.
I'll just throw this out there, the invasive species, funding that for the $75,000 ask that was requested as an amendment.
So why I think the amendment would be, based on the counsel we got from chair, is that council look into a way
Yeah.
of finding funding for invasive species.
Exactly. Thank you.
Well put.
The only thing I would counsel us to do is when we make these recommendations to add stuff that we keep in mind that we probably need to delete something. So keep that in mind. We want to balance the budget.
Do we want to discuss that amendment? Is that something we want to include?
I'm happy to accept it.
You're accepting that? Do I have a second on that?
I'll second it.
I see a second. I think, do we have to vote on each amendment?
I think we should vote on each one. Yeah.
Vote on each one. Ms. Creasy, can you please call the roll on amending for funding for invasives removal?
Okay, so we have a motion
Yes.
for approval of the CIP, and then we have a motion for an amendment to something that we haven't approved.
Correct.
Okay,
That is the process as I understand it.
Yeah, that's why I asked you, did you think that was the way to go? Do we need to move, do we need to vote on the initial motion and then vote on each additional amendment? No?
No.
Okay, okay,
You should amend it
as we go.
As we go.
you need to, and
Okay.
then vote on it.
In the end.
At the end.
Version with all the amendments.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, I'm calling the question on the, or you called the question on the
Yes.
amendments. I am calling names.
Thank you.
Mr. Schwartz.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Durancio.
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Stolzenberg.
Aye.
Mr. Habab.
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
And Mr. Soli Yates.
Aye. I think we like that one. Mr. Bob, did that resolve your changes?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz?
I'm going to let Commissioner Stolzenberg do a better job than I can, because I'm going to agree with some of the ones he's already mentioned.
Tremendous trust.
If you guys think I have a bunch of like motions written out here, I do not.
You don't want me like bumbling through it.
Can you give us a hint?
So the increasing the money that goes to sidewalks and bike bed infrastructure in out years, trying to make sure that there's some capacity built in future years, because we're going to need it. Planning ahead for it.
Mr. Stolzenberg, do you have that in your hat?
I mean, I don't have any more language than that. I have increased funding for sidewalks and pedestrian in out years.
That's beautifulely put. Is that
I like
a motion?
Carl's
So how
wording.
do we define out years? Are we talking year 3, 4, and 5, or?
Making it so precise.
I understand that to be years 4 and 5.
Yeah.
When are we going to be all caught up, Sam?
Just run.
If I had a magic 8-ball, I'd shake it and tell you. I feel good about FY '24. We will be better planning what the right number is for doing it. I can't tell you for sure that I know how much it increases, because without that capacity, I can't judge. I need the capacity to then be able to put the tasks in front and say, how much more can we accomplish, to be able to come back and responsibly tell you what I think is the right number. So I'm a year away, I would say. I'm not a year away from getting the people. I'm a year away from being able to feel confident about what I should be telling you. Yeah.
Based on that information, do you still feel good about the motion?
Yes, I do. I think I don't know what the number needs to be, but I think the recommendation to staff would be just make sure that we've planned ahead for more than they currently have.
Mr. Mitchell, are you amenable? Do I hear a second?
Do it.
Second?
Ms. Creasy, can you please call the roll on this item about, can you give me the wording again?
I've got increased funding that goes to sidewalk, bike, pedestrian in the CIP for future CIP years 4 and 5.
Perfect, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Schwartz.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Durancio.
Aye.
Mr. Stolensberg.
Aye.
Mr. Habab.
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
And Mr. Soliates?
Aye. I think we have clarity on that one. Mr. Schwartz, does that resolve your concerns?
Yes.
Outstanding. Mr. Stolzenberg, I turn to you.
All right. I got 2.5 left. I'll start with a half. It's an easy one. On Stribling, I guess I'd recommend that we plan to work the plan so that that project is shovel ready by the time the loan facility becomes available. So we've right now all the funding's in FY25. The developer's loan doesn't come available until they get a land disturbance permit. It would be good to have the project engineered and ready for construction when we have the money for construction. That way it'll be ready sooner. They're already talking about doing that. Just nice to, I don't know, lend our support as well to that idea.
Accepted.
Can you give me that language?
The Planning Commission recommends that we plan the budget for the Stribling line item so that the project is shovel-ready when the loan for construction becomes available.
Would you call that funds for planning and engineering?
I would probably call it that, yeah.
Ms. Creasy, do you have that?
I'm getting there. I have recommend planning the budget for Stribling, such that the project is shovel-ready by the time the loan is available.
Does that meet your need?
Works for
Outstanding.
me.
Mr. Mitchell, are you amenable?
You already accepted it.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
I hear a second. Ms. Creasy, will you please call the roll?
Sure. Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Duranzio?
Aye.
Mr. Stollenberg?
Aye.
Mr. Habab?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yep.
And Mr. Soliates?
Aye. I believe that is clear. Mr. Stolzenberg, number 2, please.
All right. Next up, streetlight conversion. I get the idea to, be trying to work on big things right now, given how constrained the budget is. But 3 to 4 year payoff is incredibly fast, and that means in all of the extra years we have extra money coming in, which, especially now that we're less constrained on capacity and more constrained on affordability, means money we could be moving into debt service. And every year you delay is another year where you don't realize those savings. So I would recommend moving streetlight conversion to LEDs or adding funding to enable that.
Is this a bondable expense?
We don't know, because it's not on the
Ms. Amel, is this bondable?
thing.
I don't know. I'm not sure what the lifespan of that is. I probably not, but I could find out for you.
Tonight?
No.
Probably not.
Just one thing to keep in mind too, though, we do not own all the streetlights. Dominion Power does, so.
So, yeah, well, it looks like Kristen wants to talk. She could probably explain it better than me. But my understanding is Dominion will let us replace all the LEDs, and right now we're paying them a ton in electricity. And
The proposal is actually specifically related to Dominion-owned lights.
okay,
And so it's converting those in an expedited project with Dominion, and then paying a reduced monthly fee associated with those lights based on the lower electricity use.
and do you guys have capacity to manage that project, or would Dominion be doing the work? Or
They would be managing the actual physical replacement. There would be a coordination role on our side.
and you do have capacity for it?
And if we can make that a priority.
Okay.
Their lights are money, not bondable, true?
I don't think it would be bondable since they're not ours, but I will verify that for sure.
Thank you.
So what was the approximate amount of that? Did you-
It's over 3 years. I think it's 600,000 total, but it's.
Would it have any impact in next fiscal year?
Yeah, 50,000 next year, 275, then 275.
So 50. Okay. We're up to 125.
And I guess sort of a general comment on cutting stuff. And normally I'm, very gung ho on cutting things out and cut more than I add. these, but there's actually not, thanks to the certain things being defunded. Not so many things I would recommend to cut. The one thing I have questions about is the SIA implementation account.
Why don't you go ahead and land this one before you go
Oh.
to the next one?
Well, I'm just justifying. I'm not going to make a proposal on that. I'm just justifying my adding without removing here. And then, so there's the SIA account. We don't have any information on that. We literally have no idea what it's for, basically. So I'm not going to recommend we cut that, but we do have this 1.3 million in parking structure
That
that.
has to be used for bondable expenses. That's why I asked, was that bondables?
True, that's a fair point, yeah. Yes, this one is not bondable, but at a 30% return, it seems worth the cash anyway.
I accept.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
I hear a second. Ms. Creasy, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Durazio?
Aye.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Aye.
Mr. Havel?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
And Mr. Soliates?
Aye. Number 3.
All right, this is the controversial one. So, this one's about affordable housing funding for projects that we haven't funded yet. We had our audit of spending from HRNA back in March, I think, and they made specific recommendations about how we should manage funding going forward, about information we should be collecting from people before we agree to funds. And that work is ongoing. We just had our request for funding interest. I'm happy to see that staff is moving along with that. However, we have these 2 projects for $6 million that that never came for us in a CIP, but that council added in last year for a future year, so not a hard commitment. And I get that it feels like we're pulling it back, but we frequently say that future years in the CIP are not commitments; they're just projections. And I feel like this work to track and manage our funding for affordable housing is too important to not, have this new rigorous process be, widely applied, especially when it's not clear that any additional money will come forward for these other 7 applications that we have not seen. We have no idea what they are, and we're effectively relegating them to having no chance of being funded at least anytime soon. Because of this $6 million commitment to MACA and Park Street. So I'm not saying we should not fund MACA and Park Street. And maybe we should even, take the semi-commitment we made into account when we decide whether to fund it. But I'm uncomfortable just handing over the funds and making a hard commitment without even seeing a pro forma. The HRNA recommends having a full accounting of project funding sources, operating budget, all those things. And PHA does good work. I like Sunshine. I don't mean any of this to be a slight on them, but to make a $6 million commitment on the basis of, hey, we want to do these things, we're going to need $6 million for it, without a very detailed line item justification for that, feels wrong to me. And so I would recommend that we move the funding designated for PHA MACA and PHA Park Street Apartments into a new line item for large cap affordable housing development that would be administered through this new process, including for those projects.
Ooh, I would ask Alex, what commitment have we made to those MACA and Park Street?
I think the only commitment I know is what is being proposed right now. and also what the applicant, PHA, is proposing to provide. I know one of their sites, I believe the church is predominantly low to moderate rent for seniors. You know, having said that, I think the ideal situation, you know, is to channel every single appropriation that council is going to provide for affordable housing into one pot. And then we can do a competitive application process. But granted the situation right now, and given that they've gone through the approval process, SUP, rezoning and what have you, I think it will be a good decision to actually allow the project to proceed.
Additional questions on this?
I'm not certain what counsel I just got. I think you're suggesting, go ahead.
Mr. Sanders.
There's been no commitment. It's FY '24. That hasn't happened yet. It's a commitment in that they've done their planning. They've started planning the project, of course, and they're doing various work in relation to getting it started. But from a city perspective, we had not executed any agreements. So it's to answer your question directly that way, there is no commitment. But I will also speak to, when we received the HRNA report, we did not look backwards. We looked forward. So that was a choice that we made because we had to be practical in that situation, because then how far back do you go? And even though it was an out year at that particular moment, we did not go back and reconsider any opinions that council had expressed by allowing it to be added to the CIP in the first place. We were only looking forward, and that implementation was what we had prioritized.
I guess it's a moral question. Are we pulling the rug out from under the MACA project and the church project if we move the money that's designated for those guys into the pool that Mr. Stolzenberg is recommending we move it into?
In my past life, if it were happening to me, I would absolutely charge you with that. I would say that you were pulling the rug from under me, because I've been working on this. I mean, I have no doubt they've been doing considerable work on this. So I understand the point. I'm not disagreeing with the sentiment there. I'm just expressing that there's a lot of work that goes into this to get to this point, to now have it stated that the project, both projects are on hold until they then have to compete when that wasn't the priority at that time.
Is there a way to compromise, Mr. Stolzenberg? Is there a way to ask for the documentation that you've been asking for and ask them, leave the money where it is, but let them know that if we don't see the I's crossed, the I's dotted and T's crossed documentation, it could be pulled into the general fund?
I mean, I think if we're gonna fund it, we absolutely need to get that documentation. The HRNA also made other recommendations, like we should be structuring things as loans, sort of, you know, equity interest in a project so that we can control it in the long term. And I think those are all important for any project we fund. I guess, well, maybe a question. When was this added? I mean, obviously it's in the current year's adopted budget, but
Was it been the actual vote of the budget?
Yeah, I think it was towards the end of the work sessions last year, so I think it was definitely March, late March or early April.
yeah, I mean, I guess maybe I had the impression at the time there was more a placeholder for future years. I mean, the commitment wouldn't be made until FY '24, right? Is it feasible that we could, you know, by the time FY '24 starts, have already reviewed these 9 applications and
Yes.
said, hey, this is the project that's good anyway?
Absolutely. And we can collect all that. We can collect the mirror information for these 2 projects for the 7 that we're going to be looking at, if that's the direction. I mean, we will happily do that. That's not a question.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say, to me, the thing that makes the most sense is put it in a single pot and aim to distribute from that pot, you know, by the time the pot would have become available anyway. Because, and you know, they can be the front runners, the favorites going in, because we've talked about that. We've given them zoning approval. But I mean, zoning approval and $6 million are like different things, right? If you come to me and say, I'm going to have an 80% affordable project, can you make it legally allowed for me to do it at no cost to you? Of course, we're going to vote for zoning approval. But you know, $6 million without much discussion, kind of almost as an afterthought in the budget process, seems problematic. So, like, you know, what if these other applications are giving us 30% AMI at $10,000 a unit? Like, we're going to write them off? I mean, not that they are. I'm sure that's probably impractical. But like,
I'd like to
we haven't even seen them.
turn to Mr. Duranzia.
Yes, sir. A couple of things. I think philosophically and in general, I sort of agree with Commissioner Sulzenberg, but in this instance, I do not. I think back as far as FY 18 or 19, I made to the Planning Commission essentially this argument that we needed to develop a line item which was big affordable housing bucket. But I think that needs to, I think that moving to something like that in the CIP would require a priori sort of reconfiguring a lot of the money in affordable housing so that something like that is workable and accessible and understandable. I think that we're trying to, in the case of these two projects and a couple of these large items, we might be trying to redesign parts of the airplane while we're in flight. And I would suggest that this is that we should visit this as a planning tool going forward in future CIPs, so that we do this on day one of the CIP planning.
So, just to.
I can't hear you.
Sir?
Looks like the mayor might have thoughts.
I just had a question. Do we know what the schedule is for the LIHTC applications for these projects? Have they gone in yet? When will they go in?
That I don't know.
Aren't they going to need some assurance from us that they've got their funding in place?
Mr. Okapuna.
Yeah, I think they're looking at submitting an application next year.
Next year, meaning when next year?
I think
March is the deadline.
March.
So they're going to submit their LIHTC applications without any funding commitment from us.
Well, if the city makes decision, that it intends to include them, then you can issue them what is called commitment letter. And that commitment letter by itself, spells out the number of units, proposed number of units, what the city is expecting to get in return in terms of dedication to 30%, 50%, or what have you, and then they can submit the application with that commitment letter. That is, if by that time the city should be able to know whether they will include them in the CIP budget, then we can issue them a commitment letter.
The budget isn't usually adopted till April, right?
Yeah, I know.
So would we be moving up the whole budget process to make sure that we get this adopted in time for them to submit?
We've already made the commitment, though. They're already in the CIP. We're adding, so that's the difference. The commitment letter at this moment, we can issue because last year we put them in 24. So the commitment letter is not bound in any way. It's just a statement of, we have reviewed the project and we support the concept. So that they can proceed and hopefully secure what it is that they're requesting.
I see.
So, where are you?
I don't know. It's a tough one.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to accept your amendment, but I'm going to vote against it.
I have a thought. Can we cut the baby in half? I see that the money is split between FY24 and FY25. Can we say, yes, it is dedicated for FY24, but FY25, it goes into the CAF, and if it's competitive, it wins? Is that a reasonable approach? Am I making things worse?
Isn't that still gonna?
What does that do to their LIHTC application?
I don't know.
Probably screws it.
it makes, I mean, it's trying to be careful with how to say what I'm supposed to say. It either makes one project not viable, or it makes both of them vulnerable. That's the best way for me to say it.
Not good for the baby.
That you can't split that baby. You can't really at this moment. And they only have until March to come up with the backup plan for what action you would be taking at this moment, so.
Mr. Freese, you look like you want to say something.
Noting Mr. Mathon is available.
Yeah, I'm sure he
He's
would
probably
like to
having a
speak
heart
if he
attack
could.
right now.
Thank you.
And by vulnerable, do we mean the project won't be able to proceed following LIHTC award, or are we talking it will have fewer LIHTC points and be less likely to win?
To move this commitment away from what they currently have, they don't have a strong application. It's not as strong.
I guess part of my concern there is we've seen in prior applications, well, Friendship Court Phase 1, for example, they had more in city subsidy than the maximum amount of points they could get for that. I don't know if that's true here because I don't know what their total cost is, and it's a percentage of the total cost in subsidy, right? So
I would prefer you let Sunshine speak if that's okay.
I can accept that.
Explain that.
Yep.
Okay.
Can we hear from Mr. Mathan? Suffering is good for the heart.
There he is.
Can you hear me?
You sound perfect. How can we help you?
Okay. So I'll attempt to be just purely factual here and kind of address the questions. So the city, as I mentioned in my commentary, in general, city funding is the first funding in the capital stack. It's not a function of a less competitive project or not. It's a question of no project at all or yes. In other words, if I don't have the city commitment, I guarantee you I do not have enough points in the competition to win. So without the city funding, those projects are dead in the water. Now, folks have pointed out the timing issue. Mr. Stolzenberg has highlighted that the budget doesn't normally get approved until April of every year, and yet we need the commitment letter at our application timeframe, which is in March. The way that needle is threaded, and we did the same thing with Friendship Court Phase 1, and any other LIHTC project in the state deals with the same conundrum, because the state law does not allow cities to commit future years' funds. What happens is the city issues a commitment letter as described with a description of the intended amount of money to support the project, but it is not technically, it doesn't bind you technically because you can't by law. But without that commitment letter that shows that the city intends to fund the projects will not compete and they will die. There's no backup plan. There's no anything else. There's no funding source that fills that hole. Then the other point I would like to make is that the applications that we submitted do include a pro forma breakdown. Then I don't know if I doubt the city commissioners, planning commissioners, or city council members have seen those applications as of yet. But those pro formas are in there. They are not, detailed by every single construction line item, but they show construction costs, et cetera. We'd be glad to go into more detail if that would be helpful, but just want to reiterate that if we do not have those city commitment letters by March, the projects are dead in the water and would have to wait an entire year before we, resurface the same conversation after that.
Not tonight, please, but in the future, yes.
Yeah.
Additional questions for Mr. Mathan? Do we understand?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're in a bad. I don't have any questions for Sunshine now.
Thank you very much, sir.
Can I actually make one more comment? Sorry,
Briefly.
there's one other piece that highlighted is that Mr. Duranzio highlighted the fact that the application process that we submitted is in this process of building the plane as we're flying it. In other words, I agree that all applications in the ideal world should be going into a competitive funding pool. This year, the city started that process, but it's not fully baked yet because of the sequence of timing. In future years, I think the city will have its infrastructure in place to facilitate a more thoughtful evaluation process for every project and how they compete with each other, against each other, et cetera. But that's not the sequence that's in place right now. We are, as was said, building the plane as we're flying it, so that the ability to review that is difficult to contain within the ability to apply for funding in March.
Understood.
But I'll
Thank you, sir.
reiterate again, we'd be glad to share the pro forma data in more detail as well.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stolzenberg, how are you feeling? Are you all right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the problem with building the plane as we fly it is by the time we've built this plane, there will be no passengers left because they've all taken the train and there's no money left in the pot to allocate via this competitive process. It doesn't seem like this conversation's, really going much of anywhere, so I'll withdraw it. But
Mr. Mitchell,
I mean, again, I think we're in a bad situation here.
So let's go on to the next one.
Sounds fine. Have we completed your concerns?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Mr. Palmer, if you have thoughts, I would be interested to hear it.
Still changing diapers.
I will check on you later. Thank you very much. As for me, I'm left to be the villain. Let's stab some projects. Let's get the knives out. So you
We're
support
150 over, no, 125 over.
right? We need some money here. I would propose that we look at I'm losing it. SIA. We've done some good projects there, but we need money. We are short. I would propose that is the most reasonable place to look to make cuts.
Yeah, I mean, again, I've in the past talked about that, and it's still unclear to me what that money's for. But I don't have enough information to even know that we should make cuts. I don't know. Is it all committed to things like the Pollock's Branch Bridge? Is it
Mr. Freeze?
floating in the air waiting for projects?
Mr. Sanders, I see a lot of faces. I don't know what the faces mean.
I need a chair right here. So we're right now in the process of bringing forward to council consideration of this particular line item for the reasons that you have identified here. And it's my understanding that this has been kind of going on for a little while. There's an account with money building up, and we're not clear on what to do with it. I think there's a misunderstanding over time that has occurred, staff perspective, on what the parameters are for the use of those funds. I'm trying to clear that up at this moment. We actually are scheduled to begin talking to council this week, ironically, on this subject. My intention was to do it before this moment so that they actually would be able to speak to having heard that. I would ask that you not adjust this account because we are working on plans for how we would better frame out how to use this account. The notion, and James and Alex's team have worked together on trying to figure out what's the best recommendation. Ideally, when it comes to small area plans, we do not have an implementation fund that is in place to immediately begin working on implementing the plan we just approved. So the thought is to possibly consider taking the SIA and relabeling it and reframing its use so that it can be used for that purpose. It will then continue to support implementation projects under SIA, but then it's immediately available for, as an example, you have a Cherry Avenue plan that has been adopted and has no money. So we could begin to actually identify projects from that plan, and as James brings forward additional plans with his long-range planner, there would be a pool available to start using. That's the advanced presentation that you all are getting as of this week to help you make that decision, but I'm offering it now because I would ask that you not approach that one just yet. And let's see if we can get that to make more sense.
Thank you. That's helpful. Looking at other commissioners on this item, how are we feeling?
Gosh, finally funding source for the 200-foot water feature reflecting pool in the hydraulic small area plan. Been
Exciting.
wondering about that for years.
Haven't heard about that one. I will withdraw that one for now after good advisement from staff. I turn now to one of my favorite places in the region, the Ivy Creek Natural Area, a favorite place of mine and many people in the community. I see, what is it, $82,681 for a preservation study and construction, which I understand to be of that historic site, which I do support and I do think is a good idea. I do think it should be funded, but I'm not convinced that it should be funded above the other items that we are talking about. Looking at the room.
One comment on that
Yes.
is that is joint with the county.
Is the county funding it?
Yes.
Ah. Mm. Thank you for that information.
Chair, can I suggest, maybe we can't do this, but the Economic Investment Strategic Initiatives, could we use the money in that bucket to at least do the LED conversion? That seems like a strategic move that's going to pay us back.
It is strategic.
So those are dollars that are already appropriated. It would if you were thinking about that, I would say that you just make a recommendation to allocate this money out of the contingency. I mean, you're talking about $150,000. It's not a ton. I would also say if you want to just make a recommendation that these are the things you want to add and let us do some work for you, we can do that as well. And if you have specific areas that you're concerned about that you want to reduce, let us know that as your recommendation, and then let us do some work and come back.
I'm afraid it's a tight program. I've looked for any place that I can punch holes in it, and I don't see many. That's mostly a good thing, but I do worry about it. I have tried my best. I don't think there's anything here I can kill. If I could, I would.
We're only $125,000 upwards, so I've seen much worse.
Indeed.
So,
We're not so bad. Any other concerns or ideas? Mr. Palmer, I continue to look at your map, if you want to weigh in. Hearing none, Ms. Creasy, will you please call the roll?
Sure. Mr. Schwartz,
Yes.
Mr. Durazio,
Aye.
Mr. Stolzenberg,
Aye.
Mr. Habab,
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell,
yes.
and Mr. Sola Yates.
Aye. Good work. Thank you very much. I heard a great word that was a break. Thoughts on this? Looking around, I see smiles. Let's do a 5-minute break, please.
There are only 2 bathrooms for me.
Indeed, I do know.
Maybe more than 5 minutes.
A loose Planning Commission and Council, can I please get you back? I see 9 p.m., and somehow that means it means it's time to discuss the comprehensive plan. I'd like to start the joint hearing. Council, are you in order? I count 2 council. I see 3 councilors. Beautiful, thank you. I turn now to Ms. Creasy. Can you tell us about the comprehensive plan? This seems familiar.
The comprehensive plan seems familiar? All right. Okay, so yes, we have been on the comprehensive plan roller coaster for quite a while. This is an opportunity here to hold an additional public hearing on the comprehensive plan. We have a couple of proposed amendments, and this is an opportunity to amend and reenact the comprehensive plan. Just as a reminder, City Council approved the amended comprehensive plan in November of 2021. And the plan is adopted, reorganized, reformatted, updated. It had been overdue for the 5-year review. Actually, we were full in the review. Many of us have been involved in that for a number of years. And following the public hearing, we moved forward with that. And so we held a hearing prior to the approval for council at the Planning Commission meeting. In addition, City Council held an additional hearing on the comprehensive plan prior to their vote. So there were a number of public opportunities in addition to the public engagement sessions that we had. In December of 2021, after the approval, litigation was made to the city asking the court to declare the plan as adopted to be void. And so because of, that was an opportunity that came forward, challenging the plan on a number of different grounds. So substantially, the plaintiffs presented arguments as to why they were concerned, and some of those included some of the items that we're going to be able to complete this evening. One being concern that the plan did not include provisions that promoted manufactured housing as a source of affordable housing per a code section that went into effect in July of 2021. And that the contents of the public hearing notice didn't have enough detail to provide the notification that was necessary. Those were the claims that were made. Most of the claims in that case itself have been thrown out, and the only issue that's left is the newspaper notice, which at this point, there is no date for the hearing on that, but regardless, we're providing an opportunity with a more robust legal ad, even though we aren't terribly concerned about the first one and the second one. But the timing is such because we have two opportunities that we want to amend to the comprehensive plan. One being manufactured housing. So I'll talk about that in a few minutes here. And then we have the climate action plan that we would like to propose as an amendment to the comprehensive plan. So I just wanted to talk you all through how we're going to handle the process for this evening, so that just kind of give you the steps, and this was in the memo as well. So we had this general, have the general introduction. I will give some feedback on the manufactured housing, and then if we have questions concerning that, we'll take that opportunity. We'll then have our staff from the environmental office come and present the climate action plan report, allow for questions as well, and then move forward to the public hearing. In the public hearing, our community can ask and provide feedback on any aspect of the comprehensive plan at that point in time. And then we'll follow our usual route of moving towards a recommendation. So unless there are any other questions on the process or how we got here, I will move to the manufactured housing. Any
Questions on this?
points for clarity or? Okay.
I see nods.
I do want to note that any of our members of the public that are interested in speaking at the public hearing, we have an opportunity for speaking for 2 minutes. That was established at the beginning of the meeting by the chair. We will alternate individuals who are in the room with those who are virtually, and we will continue through the public hearing process until all who are interested in speaking have that opportunity. All right, so we'll move on to manufactured housing. All right, so Ms. Rainey on our staff provided the background for this. She was unable to attend this evening, so I am here in her stead on this item, and will do the best I can to articulate all of the work that she put into research and process for this item. The Charlottesville Planning Commission is an important component of the city's to express a vision and set goals for the future development of the city. On November 15th of 2021, that's when the comp plan was approved.
The planning commission is, or the comprehensive plan is?
The comprehensive plan,
Yes.
city council approved the plan at that point in time. The approved plan was well-informed through community engagement, through the work of the Charlottesville Plans Together team, which included consultants and associates and city staff and the community at large. In 2021, the Commonwealth of Virginia adopted 15.2223.5, directing localities to incorporate into its comprehensive plan strategies the promotion of manufactured housing as a source of affordable housing, noting strategies that may include the preservation of existing manufactured housing communities or the creation of new manufactured home communities. Both the city and state codes define a manufactured home as a structure constructed for the use of a dwelling, meaning the requirements of the Manufactured Housing Construction and Safety Standards Law, and built on a permanent chase, transportable in one or more sections with or without a permanent foundation, and connected to the required utilities. So that's a specific definition for what that means. What is different, a lot of times the term modular home gets confused, and modular homes are industrialized buildings per the Virginia Code. Like traditionally built homes, industrial buildings must be classified as single or two-family in compliance with applicable building codes. So modular homes are built in a controlled environment and brought in pieces to a site. We're not talking about those. We're talking about manufactured housing given the parameters of what was noted above. To align with the city's comprehensive plan with the state code, staff is proposing several additions to the approved comprehensive plan. The additions don't alter goals or strategies created with the CBO Plans Together process, but expand on sub-strategies that are included within. There's changes that start on page 37 of your packet online, and changes are proposed for Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, which is the land use chapter and the housing chapter. Proposed amendments comply with the comprehensive plan's guiding principles of equity and opportunity, community, culture, and unity, as well as areas within the implementation chapter, which is Chapter 11. So, let's see. Okay, so I'll point out a couple of the opportunities, and we can go into any detail that folks are interested in. In Chapter 4, under the Strategy 1.3, which is implement zoning changes to support creation for additional housing, there is a proposed additional sub-strategy that notes identify changes needed to zoning and development to reduce barriers to the use of manufactured homes in appropriate locations to provide additional affordable housing options. And then there's another strategy in the same chapter under sub-strategy 2.1 that notes support the use of manufactured housing and manufactured housing components to provide additional affordable housing. And then manufactured housing is used in strategy 2.3 as an option that would be available for supporting affordable housing. There are a few additional strategies that are outlined in your report. They're shown in red. And so they incorporate into sections of the comprehensive plan that we currently have. And the key was working that within the structure and making sure that that language was included. A lot of the work was done as part of our process that we've been under for a number of years. But this was a targeted review to make sure that those aspects were included. And that's my overview.
Thank you very much. Questions on this item? I'm seeing heads shaking. Mr. Duranzio, questions on this?
No.
Mr. Palmer?
Nope.
Glad to have you back. Did you have any concerns on the CIP briefly?
No, I think I put in the chat. I didn't really have anything to add.
Thank you.
Over what, in addition to what was said by you guys.
I hear no questions.
All right. Well, this would be the opportunity to have our staff from the environmental office come forward and provide us some feedback on the climate action plan.
I believe this is Ms. Ritterbold and Ms. Elliott.
And Ms. Irvine as well.
And Ms. Irvine, welcome.
All right, hi. I'm Susan Elliott. I am the city's Climate Protection Program Manager. I am joined tonight by Crystal Rittervold, our Environmental Sustainability Manager, and Emily Irvin, who is our Climate Program Specialist. We are here tonight as part of a proposal for the Charlottesville's Climate Action Plan to become an amendment to the city's comprehensive plan. And we have a slide deck also. Is that someplace?
Yes, Patrick is working on that
Okay,
right now.
sorry about that.
There we go.
All right, next slide's the next one, please. Well, next slide, please. Is it loading still? Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. Just as a quick introduction, to our presentation, we've tried to include a lot of detail in the staff report that is part of tonight's agenda, and so we're hoping to keep our presentation tonight succinct. We're aiming to highlight some key aspects of the Climate Action Plan and discuss the changes to the plan that were made since our October and November presentations to City Council and to the Planning Commission. Next slide, please. So Charlottesville's Climate Action Plan, development of it follows Charlottesville's long history of taking action and making commitments related to environmental stewardship and climate change, extending back into the late 1990s. The development of this plan was directed by City Council and the city's Global Covenant of Mayors commitment. The plan was developed by staff with significant community input and was informed by a variety of sources, which we've spoken to in past presentations and are also summarized tonight in the staff report. This plan is scoped to meet the city's adopted 2030 and 2050 greenhouse gas emission reduction goals, and it is built around where the city's greenhouse gas emissions come from. So that means we're looking at what the sources of those are within our Charlottesville community. So we're looking at what the different sectors are for it. We're looking at what the fuel and the material types are for those, and then also what the carbon intensity are for each of these pieces. As we're looking at what the different strategies are to then reduce our emissions, we focus first on reducing the volume and the amount of carbon intensity, and then looking over towards how we draw down and remove emissions that we're putting up into the atmosphere. How do we then take those back down? The Climate Action Plan is consistent with many parts of the comprehensive plan. A more detailed review of this is in your staff report. But two pieces I wanted to highlight is that the Climate Action Plan is referenced as a forthcoming connected functional plan to the city's comprehensive plan and is also directed by the comprehensive plan to be finalized, adopted, and implemented. Next slide, please. In terms of the timeline for development of the Climate Action Plan, it was developed between 2020 and 2022. Preliminary plan content was presented to City Council in April of 2022 with a full plan that was released in September. During October and November, we invited further input on the plan through presentations to City Council, to different city boards and commissions, and as well from community members and organizations. Comments that we heard informed some modifications to the plan document and offered many ideas that will be very useful as we move forward into implementation. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Emily. For the next slide, please.
Hi, everybody. Nice to be here this evening. So the Climate Action Plan is intended to be a strategic roadmap that helps Charlottesville meet its climate goals of 45% reduction of emissions by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2050. It's a dynamic document that will be updated regularly as the sub-goals are met and new key actions become clear. The plan includes a set of guiding principles that we took into consideration throughout the entire development of the plan, and they apply to all of the strategies and key actions that are within the plan. The first one of these is encompassed on that green arrow on your slide. Climate action must be effective, affordable, equitable, and inclusive. And the entire list of our guiding principles is in your staff memo this evening. Beyond the broad emissions reduction goals of the plan are the strategies and actions that will get us to the goals. The strategies are enduring, and the key actions are dynamic. We can think of them kind of as to-do items that are meant to be accomplished in the next 1 to 3 years and then crossed off with new ones added as we move forward in time. Next slide, please. So Susan touched on this, but when we're thinking about how to reduce emissions from any source, there's 3 broad ways to do that. The first one is to reduce the emissions intensity of whatever activity you're doing. So this looks like energy efficiency for buildings or walking instead of driving. The next one is fuel switching, where you change the source of energy to a lower or carbon-free source of energy. And that looks like switching from an oil-fired boiler to a heat pump, or getting an electric car, or adding solar panels. And the third way is to actually draw down emissions out of the atmosphere. And currently that looks like increasing trees and vegetation, but eventually that might look like carbon capture and sequestration. And so all the strategies and key actions that are in the plan are built around these methods. And then additionally, there are the tools that support those strategies, like funding and financing, that are also discussed in the plan. Next slide, please. So looking ahead for what's next for us, assuming this moves forward, we will continue with our regular climate program activities. We have already started some high-level implementation planning, but once this is formally adopted, that work can really get moving in earnest. A lot of the input that we received in our comment period in the last few months will be really helpful as we're developing implementation plans. There are several informational studies that everybody's heard about that are underway that will also inform implementation work. And we as the climate team are really looking forward to working with our partners within the city and the broader community on implementation. And I'm going to hand this over to Crystal.
Cool. Next slide, please. So we want to both acknowledge and express appreciation for the thoughtful feedback that we have received over the course of the plan development, and in particular over the last few months. A lot of people have engaged. We have had feedback from individual community members, city boards and commissions and committees, and then several community organizations. And as a reminder, we have summarized a lot of the feedback in your staff memo, but the memo also has a link to the actual comments and letters and summary documents, so that's all there for public record. The feedback themes in general, as you can see, range from, the positive, that it's, a thoughtful, well-researched and comprehensive plan. And while Susan mentioned it's been under development since 2020, the heavy lift has happened since April. And so I'm just going to note, end of April to early December is not a ton of time to put a document like this together. We also got some concerns about some of the broad or vague phrasing in there, concerns about city organizational capacity and commitment to deliver on what's in the plan, the need for accountability and prioritization, a reminder to focus on equity, inclusivity, and community engagement. And then
I'm sorry, one moment. Can we please mute Mr. Duranzio?
He can present if he wants.
I would prefer he did not. Please, I want to hear from you.
But I would say, there is an invaluable body of information that we got that will help with implementation ideas and brought up challenges. So if we could go to the next slide, please. We did also, in addition to the opportunities to receive feedback, tried to engage with a number of the folks and the groups that we had gotten feedback from, and it gave us an opportunity to clarify what the concerns were that were being brought up, and in several cases gave us an opportunity to help show or guide where those specific items or the intents were either already captured or could be captured into the document. So that said, we made a couple of adjustments to the sections that you see here. Again, we tried to put together a pretty comprehensive staff report. There's lots of details on whether that was word tweaks, whether that was additional narrative, whether it was clarifying. We definitely recognize that there are performance metrics needed. That's part of the accountability, part of the routine updates. It's going to be the time when we tell you why things aren't getting done, and hopefully that will inform decision-making. But suffice it to say, if we could go to the next slide, which is the last one, as the climate team here before you tonight, we're proud of this plan, and I am proud of my team. Emily's been with us for 3 months and a little bit. Susan's been with us for 10 years. And I think what we have put in front of you should make the city proud. And so with that, we recommend the action that's on the screen here, which is to adopt the resolution that the Planning Commission's desire to consider further amending the November 15, 2021 plan as amended to include the city's first climate action plan as a component, as a functional component.
Thank you very much.
And we're here for any questions you have.
Questions on this item? It's a lot. Please.
Lots of good work here. Thank you guys very much. See, lots of strategy, but I don't see a lot of tactic yet, a lot of action. So I'm guessing that the consultant report that we're going to get in June will help us to begin wrapping tactical events around this, actions.
When you say consultant report in June, can you?
The study,
Decarbonization, or the gas
carbonization
utility.
study.
There are several informational inform next steps, and we have been reminded repeatedly, since we're calling this a strategic plan, that the plan contains what we need to do, and our next effort is how we do those things.
That's a piece that I'm really looking forward to. And again, I'll reiterate the need to begin thinking about no longer subsidizing gas hookups and beginning not bringing gas hookups to new construction. And that is a tactic, I know, but I don't want to let that one go. But this is still really good work. Thank you.
Moving forward. Mr. Durancio, are you back with us? I hope whatever possessed you has released you.
Beg your pardon, sir?
We'll talk about it later. Please share your questions.
I'm good for the moment.
Thank you very much. Please mute. Mr. Habab.
No questions. Great work.
Mr. Schwartz.
No questions.
Mr. Stolzenberg.
No questions. Great work. Thank you. And I'd just like to ask you guys to really keep up that 3-year update cycle that you guys were talking about. This is it's too important to let languish. And I know those things can tend to fall by the wayside. Later tonight, we'll be reviewing our entrance guidelines. It's supposed to be every 5 years and last in 2011.
Yeah, and I would just clarify, the updates are anticipated on a 5-year cycle, ideally to sync with the comp plan, but there will be annual progress reports and updates provided.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mr. Palmer, are you with us?
I am here. Yeah, I don't have too much to add. I just to Jose's point, I mean, at UVA, that's exactly how we did it, or we're doing it as well as the way Crystal described it, is where you have this kind of strategic plan, and then we're also in that phase of figuring out how to implement our goals and the best way to do that. And it's not easy, and it's constantly changing as the environment, the costs of various fuel sources and all that changes too. So seems like a similar strategy. All good.
Thank you. Do you have a response on that? Not required. Okay, I'm seeing thumbs up. As for me, this is an unreasonable amount of progress. I felt bad asking for a lot more, and you did it anyway. So impressive, and thank you. Mr. Payne.
No, except to just say, this almost seems anticlimactic. I remember this being discussed in 2016, and obviously the discussions were before that. But I think this being incorporated into our comprehensive plan is just a huge moment for the city in terms of people wanting it to be incorporated into everything we do. And I think it's a very positive thing. I don't have any questions or anything else.
Mr. Pinkston.
Yeah, I just would second what Mr. Payne has said. It is I think a statement of our values as a city, that we're making this part of everything that we do with a comprehensive plan. And so I'm grateful that we're at this moment and look forward to all the good work ahead.
Mayor Snook.
2 thoughts. First, I'd like to echo what other folks have said about being impressed by the amount of good work. I'm wondering, number one, and maybe it's in there someplace and I just sort of missed it. Has there been discussion of how frequently we're updating the inventory of greenhouse gases?
Yeah, so through the Global Covenant of Mayors commitment, we are actually required to report that every 2 years, but we have been updating the data annually since 2018. And that is available on our website at charlottesville.gov/emissions.
Okay.
So that's where all the data is for there. And that will be continuing going forward. So since that's part of the Global Covenant of Mayors commitment, We did not include that as an action in the plan, which is focused on how to reduce those emissions, but that is an important part that will be continuing forward.
I will go take a look. I remember the last time I tried to look at it, I couldn't get it right. I don't know what the problem was. I couldn't get it right. And the other piece to it is simply that I think as we make it part of the comprehensive plan, and many people think of the comprehensive plan only in terms of the zoning issues. Nobody has tried very hard, I think, in the last little bit discussion to link the zoning with the climate action plan. We've been talking about everything but climate action plan when we've been talking about the future land use map and so on. And I just look at it as, it is one comprehensive plan. It deals, if it's comprehensive, it deals with everything, including, and we have to understand that that means the zoning piece has to respond to every other aspect of the comprehensive plan as well, including climate action plan. So that's my editorial comment for the evening. Thank you very much for your work.
I would entertain a motion at this time.
Well,
Public hearing?
The public, that's right. I'm sorry, it's been a long night. It's going to be a longer night. We value public input.
Yes, we do.
At this time, I would like to hear from the public. Please, a 2-minute limit, and please don't repeat what others have said. It's adequate to say, I agree with such a thing briefly.
all right, we're gonna follow the same path that we've done on our other opportunities this evening. If you are in our virtual audience, I encourage you to raise your hand if you're wanting to speak this evening. That way we'll be able to understand kind of our volumes. That will be helpful. But if you decide at the last minute, that's okay too. But we will start with our in-person group and ask if there's anyone in the room who would like to speak to the comprehensive plan hearing. All right, we don't have anybody in our in-person room. We have a number of people who are signed up on our virtual opportunity here. So our first speaker will be Sunshine Mathman. Sunshine?
Good evening, planning commissioners and city council members. Like every other city, township, and county in the Commonwealth and beyond, Charlottesville's zoning story fundamentally originated from exclusionary first principles that segregated people by race and class. A century of marginalization built on zoning-derived land use and decision-making power has isolated us from each other and codified racially disparate wealth, health, educational, and economic mobility outcomes. And like some other communities, after long years of fragmented processes, Charlottesville City Council and the Planning Commission thoughtfully settled on a reasoned sequence of planning efforts to confront our history and establish a new framework for the future. By the formation of a vision, the Charlottesville Affordable Housing Plan. 2, the establishment of land use principles aligned with that vision that organize the spatial future of our city, the comprehensive plan. And 3, the detailed building blocks shaped by the land use principles that will enable us to achieve the vision, our city's future zoning code. Although no framework will ever be perfect or universally celebrated, the only ethically defensible path forward must privilege the voices and aspirations of those who have borne the generational weight of zoning-derived exclusion. And although no framework will ever be perfect or wholly predictive, the good work completed to date must be celebrated and fortified. Commissioners and councilors, thank you for your past work, and please stand strong and raise your voice to re-support the comprehensive plan today, and in the coming months, the updated zoning proposals that will require steadfastness and courage as we collectively wrestle with our history and strive for a changed future. Thank you.
And thank you.
All right, I'll try one more time with our in-person group. All right. Oh, we have a hand raised.
Welcome. Good to see a face.
In the City Code's chapter on the purposes of zoning, purpose number 7 is to protect and enhance the character and stability of neighborhoods. The zoning proposed by the future land use map for the Jefferson Park Avenue neighborhood neither protects it nor enhances its character and stability. The map proposes to rezone the area between Jefferson Park Avenue and Stadium Road from R2U to higher intensity residential. No other R2 neighborhood in the city is threatened with such drastic upzoning. This conflicts not only with the city code zoning requirements, but also with the stated guiding principles of the future land use map itself. The map emphasizes compatibility of new building with existing forms. The R2U area of the JPA neighborhood is characterized by 1- and 2-story houses. Rezoning to higher intensity would allow up to 5 stories and 13+ units per lot. Even though the map pays lip service to compatibility with existing context, nothing approaching that height and density exists in the R2U area currently. The draft diagnostic approach states that the zoning rewrite aims at incremental evolution rather than the flawed approach of large change or no change. It also refers to maintaining human scale. Rezoning a district from R2U to higher intensity residential would encourage developers to buy out the remaining single-family homes, demolish them, and replace them with high-rises aimed at student renters. But it's in the city's interest to retain long-term residents who advocate for compliance with city laws, noise, safety, trash, and so on, and provide a sense of continuity and community. The proposed rezoning will turn the JPA neighborhood into a neighborhood of high-rises for transient student renters, lacking the strength of a neighborhood that includes residents of diverse ages, family status, and occupations.
Thank you very
Please
much.
honor the stated goals of compatibility with existing context and enhancing the character and stability of neighborhoods.
Thank you very much. And I have a suspicion that that is Ellen Cantina Morava.
Yes.
Thank
Of
you.
the JPA neighborhood.
Of the JPA neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to our speaker virtually, and that is Ms. Keller.
Genevieve Keller, representing Preservation Piedmont. We support these comprehensive plan additions and appreciate city staff work and research on the CAP and our inclusion in the process. Susan Elliott and Emily Irvin met with Jean Hyatt and me to consider carbon sequestration in our existing buildings. We recommended addressing our concern that significant carbon emissions occur with demolition and landfilling material from existing buildings. Larger replacement buildings often use materials and techniques that are major emitters of increased carbon in production and transport, despite their new system efficiencies. We provided articles on carbon sequestration through building preservation, rehabilitation, reuse, and adaptation instead of demolition. Staff responded and incorporated some of these points. We also support Tree Commission recommendations on tree canopy protection, maintenance of existing trees, and increased tree planting, so important for our increasingly endangered residential environments. My second point is please revisit the future land use map and narrative to address overwhelming concentrations of medium density uses appearing often as strip development on our city's historic streets, even those designated at local, state, and national levels. Our planning guidance should be to manage these areas rather than targeting them for intensive development. Current conflicts between underlying zoning and overlay districts can be resolved by emphasizing intent to rehabilitate and reuse and not destroy them. Creating internal and external ADUs and new infill in harmony with and not conflicting with historic spatial organization should be specifically called out in the plan definition for these areas so that they are not targeted for major redevelopment, encapsulation, or dwarfed by new construction. These areas should be differentiated from other medium intensity areas on the map and narrative as most appropriate for adaptation and rehabilitations that accommodate densification in ways that are not irrevocable and that allow them to continue to meet changing housing needs now and in the future. Thank you.
And thank you.
All right, do we have any more in-person speakers? All right, sir?
Well, thank you for having me, y'all.
My name is Mike Casano. I am the president of the Johnson Village Neighborhood Association, and I have been tasked to convey many of our neighbors' discontent with the proposed density change along Trail Ridge. No one there really wants four-story buildings. We're concerned about increased traffic, the lack of parking on the street. We're also concerned about the decrease in the tree canopy of the city. As you know, Johnson Village has a lot of trees. We'll lose a lot of those trees when we start tearing down single-family homes and replacing them with four-story structures. We're also concerned about Johnson Village Elementary School. With all these new homes, are we going to be able to support student needs in the neighborhood? I definitely think we're going to need that four-way stop sign if we have all this new traffic. There's only one way into Johnson Village. I'm going to leave it there. I'd like to use less time than more time.
Good habits, thank you.
All right, we'll go to our next virtual speaker, Diane Dale.
Hi, thank you. I'm glad to see the climate action plan is underway, and I concur with the comments that it really is climate action 1.0, and that there's a great deal of identification of leadership, responsibility, resources needed, and most importantly, timeline, so that this truly becomes a plan of actions. I wanted to focus on page 46 of the plan. It says integrate recommended list of climate-related design standards into the zoning code and zoning incentives, as well as into the standards and design manual. The zoning code is being updated now. How will that happen? You mentioned the work that has to be done, but is that critical act of integrating the climate action plan legitimately into the comprehensive plan update, the zoning code, going to happen in this time frame? Has there been a time frame allocated for this work? When we see the releases of the code as it comes out through the spring, will it be evident that it in fact is incentivizing environmental and climate mitigation strategies, as it has already come around in the last review, such things to incentivize affordable housing? I would love to see that the city is taking the environment and climate impacts as seriously as the commitment it's made to affordable housing. Thank you.
And thank you.
All right, we're back to our in-person, and we have a speaker. Sir, come forth.
As I mentioned earlier this evening, my name is Bob Roach. I'm the Vice President of Johnson Village Neighborhood Association. And I'd like to just add to what Mike said. I live across the street from the back of Johnson Elementary School. There's a back entrance between two houses. And all the houses along that side of the road and up Shamrock Road have the ability to be demolished, and four-story or however many units can be put on those based on what's in the comprehensive plan. We're talking about supply and demand, increasing the amount of units so that there's enough supply to fill the demand, with the idea that the cost of those units is going to drop. Well, for our neighborhood and the JPA neighborhood, the proximity to the University of Virginia, to the hospital, to the stadium, to everything else at the University of Virginia, the people that are going to be living in those units are more than likely going to be students. It is not going to be affordable housing. When you add all of the traffic that is going to be coming into this neighborhood, like we've said, it's one way in, one way out. I mean, you're talking about a neighborhood of dog walkers, many young families. We have a lot of young families in our neighborhood right now. There are people out in the streets, kids playing, and that's like any neighborhood. That goes away. It's not going to be safe with that amount of traffic coming into our neighborhood. We moved there, a lot of us, because of the convenience of where it is, the university and everything else, but also because of the sidewalks, the wide streets, it's just, we like living there, and we have wonderful neighbors, which is why we stayed there so long, truthfully, because of the neighbors. That's changing. Our side of the street is also susceptible to being torn down and rebuilt. And I think it's a little bit different in the zoning from across the street, but basically you're changing the whole dynamic of this neighborhood. I get from what I heard from the speaker, I think remotely, that the idea of everybody being integrated, that there's all kinds of people living in every neighborhood. I don't have a problem with that. We have that. We're not a wealthy neighborhood. We're not we have all kinds of people. We have rentals in the back. We have duplexes in a section. We have a lot to offer in our neighborhood. And yes, prices of the housing is getting out of control. And I just don't think the amount of supply that is going to result from this is going to give you what you want, especially in neighborhoods around the university. I think it's a noble idea, affordable housing. I think, do we need it? Absolutely. Absolutely do we need it. I'm not sure this is the way to get there. I really am not. In particular for a neighborhood like Johnson Village. It's, and this is going to take time. It's going to be over time. It's not going to happen right away, and I get that. But I just keep picturing all these buildings across the street from where I live that just do not fit with this neighborhood. Thank you very much.
And thank you.
All right, our next speaker from our virtual audience is Susan Cruz.
Good evening, Charlottesville City Council and Planning Commission. My name is Susan Cruz, and I am the Executive Director of the Community Climate Collaborative, or C3. I want to thank the city staff, Planning Commission, and Council for all their hard work on climate over the past few years, and in fact on the comprehensive plan as well. C3 has supported the comprehensive plan in the past and continues to do so. Tonight, we are asking you to include the city's climate action plan as an amendment to the comprehensive plan and call for a formalized periodic review of the climate action plan contents and its implementation. The city staff who presented tonight have created an impressive plan that includes input from C3 and partners, and we are eager to see it adopted. We are particularly excited about some of the newest additions to the climate action plan, including an increased emphasis on community engagement, climate smart zoning, advocating for commercial building energy benchmarking, establishing specific targets for increased travel mode of walking, biking, and transit ridership, and other changes that the city staff have made in response to our feedback. The Climate Action Plan, as it exists today, represents a positive step forward, and the Planning Commission and City Council should adopt it. That being said, this plan could be even stronger. So we hope that you all will continue to provide opportunities for community engagement on climate, to deliver periodic updates on the Climate Action Plan progress, as staff has indicated they would like to do, and to seek feedback on the implementation strategies of the plan. We know that the Charlottesville community cares about climate action. More than 300 residents and 50+ organizations sign on to C3's recommendations for the Climate Action Plan. Adopting this plan will recognize their voices and is the first step to reaching our climate goals. Continuing to build this document, and by extension our climate action in our community's image, will actualize climate justice values and help to build a better Charlottesville.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we have exhausted our in-person speakers for this but just checking one last time. All right. Our next virtual speaker, Benjamin Heller.
You are unmuted, but I can't hear you.
Mr. Heller?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, better.
Okay, so the syllogism that underlies the housing chapter goes as follows. We have residents facing affordability challenges. The problem results from a malfunction in the housing market, which manifests in low housing production and low elasticity of housing supply. And these, in turn, are the result of overly restrictive zoning. Removing it will lead to the right kind of supply to improve affordability. But other than the first link in this chain, none of this is true in Charlottesville. We're not a particularly expensive or fast inflating housing market outright or relative to wages. In the last decade, we're at the 41st percentile of counties in terms of housing price increase, but over the 90th in wage and median income increase. Outright, we're at the 60th percentile for housing prices and the 73rd for wages. For households in the $50,000 to $75,000 income range, the percentage with 40% plus of income rent burdens is in single digits. On housing production, we've generated units in the last decade at a higher rate than our population growth, a higher rate than Virginia, and a higher rate than Charlottesville itself has seen at any time since 1980, except for the bubble years. According to the anti-zoning group Up for Growth, our market is unusual in having no production gap. The claims of 72% of residential land being R1 are wrong. It's actually more like 53% when calculated properly, which is comparatively low. On the Wharton Residential Land Use Restrictiveness Index, we came out at one standard deviation below the mean on restrictiveness, and that's just de jure. In terms of de facto zoning, we're relatively liberal with SUPs and rezonings. I find an approval rate of over 70% since 2008, and you guys in the commission do a good job of turning around applications. The median is about 150 days. So you've built a plan that's based on some mistaken premises. It's not going to lead to meaningful new housing production, affordable or otherwise, except I fear in one category, student housing. Student housing pricing is not related to our labor market. It's driven by what wealthy families can pay for their kids' rent, and it's an economic steamroller. So rich kids are going to get luxury apartments, UVA gets to increase its enrollment, and Charlottesville families get the short end of the stick. It's a bad deal. Please reevaluate the plan.
Thank you very much.
All right. Our next virtual speaker is Ms. Carr.
My name is Salethia Carr. I'm a resident of the city in the Rose Hill area. And I wanted to say as how the comp plan stands right now, you know, I'm all for it. And what I hear a lot about is the Johnson area, you know, don't want to see these buildings big and, you know, but we still live at a time that we're seeing a lot of people displaced. I don't care what the numbers say. I'm working with people in the community every day, and they come up to me. They don't have anywhere to go. So seeing that big high building over there is going to help a lot of these families. And a lot of these families I know from since I was really young. They're older folks and there's younger folks, and they don't have anywhere to go. So we're sticking them in like eggs in a basket, how people are living right now. And that's unfair. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
And thank you.
All right, our next speaker, John Hossack.
Good evening. Thanks for your time. The public notification refers to medium intensity residential as up to 12 units per lot. However, the update report on the zoning plan now appears to allow up to 16 units. The plan was passed in November 21. There's some concerns about impact, especially in relation to MIR. The term house size was in the plan at that time for GR and MIR. Now house size is missing in MIR. The change in density specification and the dropping of house size is an example of bait and switch. Further, the fact that the public notice refers to one density and the later documents submitted for this meeting show a higher density make the public notice come across as misleading. As likely as not, it's merely an example of the rushed approach that is the signature of this planning process. There is no lucid reason for why some streets are MIR and some are lower density. Why, for example, do both Park Street and Locust Avenue transition from MIR close into GR going out, logical, north towards the 250? It's GR all the way to 250, then immediately on the other side of 250 it's MIR. What is that about? It looks like the Planning Commission told the consultant the colour in boxes adjacent to the schools is MIR. Thus, as noted in the Johnson Village cases you've already heard about, MIRs on one side of the street and GRs on the other. What sense is in that? The point seems to be that you couldn't push MIR through the entire city, so you chose to make about 15 to 20% of us extremely angry. I contend that the plan is the most extreme in the country for a town of this size. This hasn't been disputed in any meaningful way. I live in a street where the houses were built in the 1960s. Some residents have lived there 50 years, some are second generation. Most significantly, whereas 15 years ago there were no young children on the street, now there are 5 houses in a row, all with small children. We just want to live in a safe and quiet place and bring up our children. We never imagined that the city would ignore interest and hand off by right development for up to 16 units per lot, 4 stories, reduced setbacks, and potentially 0 off-street parking. Thank you very much.
And thank you.
All right, our next speaker, Donna Shaughnessy.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
You sound great.
Good. Councilors, commissioners, and staff, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on the critical issue of the Climate Action Plan. My name is Donna Shaughnessy. I live on Birdwood Road in the city, and I'm the chair of the Piedmont group of the Virginia chapter of the Sierra Club. That's a mouthful. I'm speaking on behalf of the group tonight, though my personal opinions are in complete agreement with our groups. We are so pleased to finally see this plan come to fruition after a few frustrating years of inaction. The framework is solid and the overarching goals are just what we hoped they would be. We are grateful to all the climate staff, Crystal, Susan, and Emily, as well as Public Works Director Stacy Smalls and Deputy City Manager Sam Sanders for shepherding this final push and for their openness to suggestions from the public and other interested folks. Among the new additions we're especially pleased with are encouraging trees while allowing for future solar access, new requirements for public participation, and some information about climate smart zoning. We'd like to make sure that this document doesn't just sit on the shelf and would request that status reports go to council on a quarterly basis with the possibility of updates as new information becomes available. We're thinking first and foremost about the results of the 2 RFPs that are out now that address decarbonization of the gas utility, as well as the study of the electrification of the city's vehicles, from transit to school buses and on all the agency vehicles. Another important goal as the plan is revised is to incorporate measurable objectives. As you know, if things aren't tracked, they just don't seem to be priorities. None of these suggestions are meant to do anything more than provide guidance for the future. We're delighted to see the city join UVA and Albemarle in addressing the climate crisis, and we offer our support in making changes happen. Please incorporate this plan into the comprehensive plan and let us know how we can help to move this great effort forward. Thank you.
And thank you.
All right, next speaker is Gareth Gaston.
Hi, my name is Gareth Gaston. Can you hear me okay?
You sound great.
Oh, great. And I also want to thank the Planning Commission and the Council for all the great work you've done, and very much in favor of the comprehensive plan. So I grew up in Charlottesville, and I'm very fortunate to live in a very nice house on Rugby Road that is near UVA, partly because my parents purchased it decades ago when that was the sort of thing a UVA professor and a public school teacher could afford. But times have changed, prices have gone up, wages haven't, and now people who work for the university, even professors, fairly senior professors, have to live 20, 30 minutes outside of town to afford a home. And it's really easy for someone who lives in a convenient neighborhood like this to want to pull up the ladder and keep everyone out, and not make a change, and keep it like it was in the old days. I know many of my neighbors feel this way, and I think it's selfish. It's bad for Charlottesville. It's bad for the planet. We need more development inside the city, which will translate into more tax revenue, better services, more public transportation, fewer cars. And we need, and I think most importantly, we need to move beyond the idea that Charlottesville is so perfect that everything needs to be preserved. We know Charlottesville was built on horrible racial and economic inequality, and we need to decide to fix these things and not to preserve them. And I really applaud the addition of the climate plan and all the great work you guys are doing. So please keep at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Our next speaker is Charlotte Meadows.
Good evening. Thank you for the time, counselors. And
Can you please speak up?
Are you able to hear me?
It's a bit soft.
Okay. Is that better?
No.
All right. I'm at max sound here and I'm unmuted. Can you hear me better?
Exactly the same.
Excuse me? Can we start the time thing again with this issue of audio, please?
Perfectly reasonable. If you can speak up, please do.
I'm definitely right at the speaker and talking loudly. Thank you very much. I'm really concerned. I'm a native here, and I respect the efforts and energy has been put into all of this by the Planning Commission and City Council. I do think that the prior speaker that mentioned bait and switch is very accurate as far as what has happened. I doubt very seriously that the Planning Commission and City Council actually meant for all of this to be changed so drastically from gentle density to increasing the total density so intensely with no setbacks and actually really capitulating to developers and with minimum affordable housing and no house size zoning change. The engagement process has been grossly inadequate. Citizens are pretty unhappy, and there have been a lot of plans and analysis done by local citizens that have lived here for a long time that have not received any credit or effect as far as acceptance of real logical data. So it's really critically important, and I request that Planning Commission and City Council could reconsider the citizen input and request for moderation and back to the same concept that was originally put out there for gentle density. I do think that there's a big concern about UVA housing with students having high luxury apartments and not having actual affordable housing. I do think that needs to be also addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Our next speaker is Nina Barnes. Ms. Barnes, can you unmute?
Okay. Counselors, I'm Nina Barnes. In October of 2021, before the Planning Commission and City Council, you voted to approve the comprehensive plan and the future land use map. The JPA Association wrote to the Planning Commission requesting that you postpone your vote on the future land use map. We pointed out that the distractions and the pandemic and the turmoil in city leadership during that period had made it challenging to focus appropriate attention on the proposed plan. In particular, we argued that for neighborhoods like the JPA neighborhood, which are impacted more than others by the increase in density that is proposed in the future land use map, that the plan should be presented to our neighborhood association and we should be given the chance to give feedback. Our request was ignored. As you consider the future land use map, again, We ask you to respect the quality of life of our neighborhood and community. A large part of the JPA neighborhood is characterized by older houses built in the early to mid 1900s. These structures create a harmonious historical whole that once gone is gone forever. Because we are near the university, the houses on medium intensity and general residential streets risk being bought up and demolished to make room for high rises.
Thank you very much.
This is even more true on streets that Bloom proposes to drastically upzone to higher intensity.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Ellen Tully. Ms. Tully, you can unmute.
I have unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
As many of the previous speakers have mentioned, when you increase the density in a residential neighborhood, you deprive the residents of amenities that they value, that they took into account when they moved to the neighborhood. Amenities that likely increase the cost of their property. Amenities such as quiet streets, minimal traffic, safety, ease and safety of walking, tree canopy, mature trees, green space, and such things. This can be seen of as a regulatory taking. What is necessary for a taking to occur is not always a formal transfer of interest in the property. What is required is a drastic interference with the use and enjoyment of that property. It is important that when you take away something, these amenities, well, it's important that when you're planning for this increased density, you zone in such a way that these amenities are preserved with severe penalties for such things as cutting mature trees, with incentives for innovative architecture and with disincentives for unimaginative building, that you not take away the rights of the property rights of neighbors and give them to developers whose concern for neighborhoods is extremely different from the concerns of the people who are living in it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker is Ann Brenham.
Please unmute.
Hello, I'm Ann Benham. I live on Observatory Avenue. And concerning the city's proposed upzoning of the JPA neighborhood and what it will mean in terms of adverse heat island effects in this area, pardon me, I'd like to mention two local news articles from 2021. They both touch on heat issues in the JPA area. A January 2021 Information Charlottesville article on the Tree Commission report included a graphic that listed the JPA neighborhood as having a tree canopy cover of 36.6%, which is less than the 40% deemed healthy, according to the graphic. A second article in Charlottesville Tomorrow from August 2021, entitled Charlottesville's Hottest Neighborhoods, reported that JPA was one of the three hottest neighborhoods, along with 10th and Page and Ridge Street. The city's climate manager, Susan Elliott, was quoted in the article as saying, "It's not surprising that areas with fewer trees and higher concentration of concrete are hotter." If the JPA neighborhood experiences the kind of development that it's slated for with the rezoning, it will lose a lot of mature trees and gain a huge increase in concrete. Does the city have a plan to deal with the high likelihood of intensified heat island effects in this upzone neighborhood? For example, what happens to residents of high rises who can't afford air conditioning costs in sustained periods of high heat, which are predicted to happen with climate change? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Michelle Heminger.
Hi, it's Michelle Heimgartner. I was actually there in person for a little while, but I had to come home, put my kids to bed. So I wanted to you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to say that what the mayor mentioned about having the climate link to zoning is really, really important. As you know, as I mentioned before, I'm a civil environmental engineer with transportation concentration as well. And it also talking about the heat maps that the previous person mentioned, the 2021 heat maps showed areas that are hot and cooler. And when you upzone areas, you're only encouraging tree removal. So there really needs to be some sort of, synergy with the climate plan and the zoning plan, because right now they're completely conflicting. And, the other points, obviously I live in Johnson Village, one way in, one way out. You put in a whole bunch of other, higher density areas. You're just increasing the traffic that's already a problem, and you're making the streets much more dangerous. 85% of the homes on the block of Shamrock that's slated for upzoning are ranch homes. So if you take and you put in a 3-story building, you're going to completely change the feel of the neighborhood, which is, part of the reason why people have moved there to begin with. And in addition, I have undergraduates that live next to me, and they're renting their home out by the room. So to think that if you increase the density, it's going to go to affordable housing is really a joke, because you get a lot more money when you rent out by the bedroom or by the apartment to UVA students that have unlimited resources. So, the plan really needs to contain something that puts in there, I have no problem with it if it's going to affordable housing. I have a problem with it if it goes to UVA housing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, Emily Dreyfus.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to make a comment. I will keep this brief, but I wanted to make a comment on behalf of the Charlottesville Low-Income Housing Coalition to say that the lack of affordable housing in our community is an urgent and widespread problem. The adopted comprehensive plan takes important steps to address the needs to increase deeply affordable housing and to slow the tide of displacement in majority Black neighborhoods. I appreciated prior comments in support of the already adopted plans, and I won't repeat what they said, but I did want to just emphasize that these changes are long overdue, and we hope you will move quickly to approve zoning updates. We need your prompt action to open up improved opportunities and create a more racially equitable community. Thank you.
And thank you.
All right, Vern Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan?
All right, I'm here. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm not sure at all that increased density will create affordable housing. I think that they, looking through what has happened already with new apartments, new buildings. It seems that bait and switch is a big thing. I'm not real crazy about that either. Also, the infrastructure that we have in town is not set up to deal with this extremely large influx of new housing, new people. It just bothers me that this is not as well thought out as I think it should be. I'd like to see people use some common sense with this instead of just putting their desires in front of everybody else. I'd like to see the city sit down and think about this logically instead of coming up with magic plans to increase density and have things stay the same. It won't work. It's kind of like bundling bad loans. That sounded real good until it didn't work, and we were all out of work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Marcia Geyer.
Good evening. My main interest in life is preventing climate change. So I'm really happy about that the comp plan will now include the cap, or at least you haven't voted on it, but it sounds like it's going that way. I hope that's going to result in funding, actual funding, and staff to get this work done. I want to just say about housing density. The census in this area keeps going up. More people keep moving here. It's not all UVA. So there has to be some sort of way to accommodate the number of people, the increase in the number of people who want to live here and in the Albemarle Ring and so forth. Affordability, I think, is mostly a matter of supply and demand. We've got a really tight supply. We have 60% rental or something like that. So landlords have the ability to keep raising rents. And it may be that the current iteration of the plan has gone a little bit overboard.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mark Whittle.
Can you hear me?
Sound great?
Thanks. So I've followed the long journey of this comprehensive plan and its associated rezoning, and I'm more convinced than ever that it's deeply misguided and will not only result in little, if any, affordable housing, one of its stated goals, but it'll quite possibly result in a catastrophic transformation of the city into a congested, overpriced, ecologically barren city. The proposed rezoning alone is so dramatic that as to qualify it as the most extreme of its kind in the United States by a factor of about 5. If fully built out, according to the new zoning recommendations, the population of Charlottesville, just a 10 square mile area, will quadruple, growing from 50,000 to 200,000. I've heard council members say not to worry, that the plan will unfold incrementally. This is an absolutely empty statement. This comprehensive plan, far from targeting affordable housing directly, is instead a gift to developers who have little incentive to provide affordable units. Indeed, all the experts, including those hired by the city, say the plan will result in few, if any, truly affordable units. As to the incremental claim, changes are already occurring. Over the past year, there have been a growing number of land and property purchases by developers who are explicitly citing the rezoning as justification for their projects. This will only accelerate as the full rezoning is passed. Perhaps the most astonishing lapse is that the comprehensive plan failed to consider any of the key infrastructure issues that are essential for such unprecedented growth, such as a traffic plan, a water study, or an environmental analysis. To claim that these will be addressed in the future is the height of irresponsible planning. What if it turns out the necessary infrastructural changes aren't achievable? What if it becomes clear that this has been a horrible experiment? It's too late. Downzoning at that point invites every developer to sue the city because you cannot downzone once the investments have been made. It's a one-way process. So what to do? Slow down. Generate a proper comprehensive plan that is developed in concert with the necessary infrastructural analysis. Find direct ways to address affordable housing, of which there are several excellent options. Approach the upzoning more gradually, truly incrementally, to see how it goes. Follow your tagline, Seville plans together, and listen to the hundreds of folks who see perhaps more clearly than you think they do the failings of the current comprehensive plan. Whatever you do, don't just push it through simply because you've invested effort in it. That would be the worst of all choices. Thank you.
And thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Brendan Collins.
Good evening again, Planning Commission and City Council. These conversations about the comprehensive plan always get me a little riled up. I have to keep reminding myself that you've already passed the comprehensive plan, at least the principles behind it. And I want to say that I am still in support of the comprehensive plan, the affordable housing strategy, and I support the addition of the climate action plan to the comprehensive plan. Charlottesville is gonna grow. If we're gonna be smart about it and people's worst fears about developers aren't realized, then we have to plan for it. And I think this plan is the best we can do. And it also, for the first time in Charlottesville's history, addresses comprehensively desegregation while also addressing gentrification. There's no perfect plan. There's no perfect incentive for market-driven affordable housing, which is why we have a housing strategy and which is why we're going to continually ask for public funding of affordable housing, because that's how we're going to get it built. But we need the density. Density is overall good for our environment. It keeps people traveling less. We can build buildings that are safe for our planet moving ahead. And I really appreciate trying to integrate some of that into the zoning. I do hope we can move quickly on the zoning, particularly the strategy of having a consistent affordable housing zoning provisions and inclusionary zoning. And I am worried that just as tonight we're fighting the same old battles, that we're going to be fighting those battles block by block when we look at the zoning. And I really hope we can avoid that and stick to our principles and build a much better city. Thank you.
And thank you.
All right, we have no additional hands raised. Are there any other individuals in our virtual audience who would like the opportunity to speak? All right, our next speaker, James Aller.
Showing some technical weirdness.
Mr. Eller has an older version of Zoom, so it involved a little bit more work. Mr. Eller, can you hear us, and are you ready to unmute?
Thank you for your discretion with the video.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, sir. Can you speak a little bit louder into your microphone, please?
How is this?
I hear the
That is-
tapping very well.
Pardon me?
When you tap the microphone, I hear that.
Okay, can you hear me speaking now?
Just a bit, yes.
All right, I'll try to speak up.
Thank you.
So I've lived in Charlottesville for 36 years. I've had a business here before retirement. My wife and I raised 3 children here, all of whom attended city schools through high school, and they graduated from Charlottesville High School. I have some general comments about the comp plan, but first I'll say that I do support the climate action plan as presented. I would encourage City Council to use this opportunity as a revote to start over instead of reauthorizing the comp plan and FLUM with the few legal changes that are required. I think it has been poorly conceived overall, using hindsight, and it definitely has not had adequate citizen input. As the comp plan and FLUM have evolved, it has become clear they will not accomplish the original objectives as outlined, and certainly will have consequences that were not intended. In addition, since this was voted on last year, among other things, the Planning Commission is proposing the possibility of no minimum lot size and no parking requirement. This is just wrong for our city. Everyone supports affordable housing, and affordable housing has been a major point in the discussions. But there is very little in these plans to do much to produce affordable housing.
Thank you very much.
All right, our next speaker is Martha Smythe.
Good evening. Thank you all for being in service tonight to the city and our residents. I have spoken before about the comp plan, and before I get into that, I want to say that I am happy to see that the climate plan is being integrated into it, and I think that's a really good first step for improving a number of exposures that our city has. I share the concerns of many people who've commented about the further loss of tree canopy. I am concerned that we don't even have an ordinance to prevent people from chopping down 30-inch diameter trees on their yards just because they're not getting enough sun in the bedroom. That's a neighbor. The concerns that I've had have been expressed by Mr. Whittle, Mr. Buchanan, Ms. Geyer, the last gentleman who spoke, Mr. Heller. And I just want to say that I think while this is a very aspirational and admirable plan, the goals, the visions, it doesn't have any tangible results that can be predicted in a reliable way. It's a sort of a scattershot with the gun in the shotgun in the hand of the builders. Where they want to go, where they can get the best deal is where it happens. And again, as Mr. Whittle said, without any pre-planning for the infrastructure. The idea of cutting lots into ever smaller dimensions will result in affordable housing just doesn't make sense. Not to the extent anyway that affordable housing is needed. The housing needs assessment document on page 62 pointed out about the rising construction costs. So every one of those subdivided lots is going to require building on it. Plus, now we have the interest rates that have jumped up. So these micro lots will probably end up driving up the prices of today's lots, not providing more affordable lots.
Thank you very much.
do we have any other speakers or anyone else in our virtual audience interested in speaking? Please raise your hand. Chair, I don't see any additional hands.
Thank you all for your patience and clarity. At this time, I would like to close the public comment. Thank you. I would like to hear some discussion from the commission. Unless you need a break. Are you okay? Can you speak?
I'd be happy to make a motion if you like that, or you want to chat about it a little more.
Well, let's just do at least a brief chat if we could. Do you have anything on your mind?
I do appreciate the concerns expressed regarding who might cheese. I mean, there's cheese that's going to get moved. But I still believe that the strategy that our consultants and we and the other folks who we chatted with have developed is the right way to go.
Mr. Dronzi, are you with us?
Indeed, I am.
May I have your thoughts?
Actually, I'll just echo Commissioner Mitchell's general sentiments.
Thank you. Mr. Bob?
I'll also do that. Thanks, Commissioner Mitchell, for putting that very nicely.
Mr. Schwartz?
Same.
Mr. Stolzenberg, please.
Yeah, I want to make one comment on the manufactured housing amendment, which we're to some extent doing it as a formality because state law requires us to. But I want to say I hope that we also take it seriously and really incorporate it into the zoning rewrite. Sightline Institute did a study on housing costs of potential new housing under Portland's similar zoning, and by far manufactured housing was able to be built or put in place at the lowest cost. And it makes a lot of sense, I think, in a lot of places across the city and on potential new sublots. As for the comp plan as a whole, I think we've talked about it quite a lot. Everything we've discussed for the last 5 years remains true. Growth is coming to our area regardless. And county residents have a carbon footprint 65% higher than city residents. As a climate action plan, simply moving people, potential new people even, from the county into the city is one of the most effective things we can do. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Mr. Palmer, did you survive? You did. Please.
Mr. Palmer, I think, was moved to the other listing.
We're giving you a promotion. Congratulations.
Awesome. Yeah, somehow I
We hear you.
Okay.
We lost you.
You need to unmute.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I think it had to do with one of the speakers got me bounced back to an attendee as opposed to a panelist. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm always so impressed by our community and their comments and eloquence and all that. I don't have too much to add. I just want to make clear that, UVA does not base its enrollment projections in any way on available housing in the community. That's not, so I heard that, alluded to by some of the comments, and that's just not how we operate. And so I want to make that clear. But beyond that, I just have, I don't think I have any other, concrete things to say. So appreciate the opportunity to comment myself.
Thank you very much. As for me, it's been a long journey. I've carried a fair bit of it, but it's longer than me. very pleased with all the work that's gone into it. The Climate Action Plan, has had a long journey too. And I'm very impressed with the progress there. It's just the beginning, but it's an exciting and important beginning. And Mr. Payne, I appreciated your points about that. It is significant. I'm very proud to be a part of that. Comments from council, if you wish.
I would actually just echo what Commissioner Stolzenberg said about the manufactured homes component. I know it's been lost in the discussion, but I think our mobile home communities are really some of our most overlooked. I think they're at extreme risk of displacement, and manufactured homes are still very stigmatized. And I hope that we really do not just take it as a formality, allow their construction in Charlottesville, and work to preserve those communities, because I think it's very important for housing. Bigger picture, as others said, I think we're going on 7 years. We've been working on updating this comprehensive plan, and I have nothing to add beyond what we've already discussed many times. I think we just have to move on to the zoning rewrite portion of it.
Mr. Pinkston?
I have nothing to add.
Mayor Snook?
The only thing that I would add is that if I wanted to make any change at all, I would simply note that when this issue came before council, I suggested that we not designate where we were going to put medium intensity residential, precisely for some of the reasons that we've heard in comments, that people are concerned. And frankly, I think that when council and the planning commission eventually get around to the lot by lot analysis, which we did not do last year, we will probably conclude that some of the places that people have been expressing concerns about are not in fact going to be subject to that kind of development. And so my suggestion back then was not to make those designations so as not to cause a lot of people to get all worked up about things that they may not have to get worked up about. I lost on that one 4-1. I expect I would lose on it 4-1 again. But unless somebody wanted to revisit that issue, I certainly don't have any problems with the rest of the comp plan. And I particularly applaud the additions that have been recommended tonight.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion at this time.
I'm happy to if no one else wants to. You want to? Okay.
Please.
All right, I move that we recommend council approve the proposed amendments and reenactment of the November 15, 2021 plan.
Do I hear a second?
Mr. Mitchell, would you be okay with doing that in the context of the resolution that the attorney's office has provided in the packet?
I ain't got it. If someone has it, they can go ahead and read it. Give it to Rory.
Just refer to it.
Yeah, I can do it. Read the whole thing?
Okay.
Oh, wow.
All right.
I think you could reference.
Please.
All right. I move to adopt the resolution of the Charlottesville Planning Commission recommending amendment and reenactment of the November 15th, 2021 comprehensive plan as amended on page 34 of the packet, 34 to 35.
Cool. I hear a motion. Do I hear a second? An additional discussion on this item? Ms. Creasy, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Durazio?
Aye.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Aye.
Mr. Habab?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
And Mr. Sully Yates?
Aye.
Okay.
I believe that closes the public hearing. Thank you all very much. Council, thank you. If you want to go to sleep and see your family, I won't be angry.
Chair, do you want to have a brief discussion about whether you want to have the presentation later? That will help us direct Mr. Warner as to when he needs to be here.
How are we feeling about the
I
presentation?
feel really guilty about making Jeff come all the way here and not letting him do his dance.
I do love his dance. How are you feeling?
Oh, he's here?
I said, I feel guilty about making him come.
Oh, I didn't even know he was here.
Let him do his dance.
I'm all in favor of sleep.
Yeah, there he is.
There's good things in sleep. Mr. Werner, may I look at your face? Are you okay? We're talking about whether or not to force you to stay up late to talk to us about ERB. How do you feel about that? Kind and generous either way. Thank you very much. How are we feeling? We're not at midnight yet, I'm very pleased to note. It's a concern.
We can do it later if you want. I mean, I just feel guilty about making him come home win and not using him, but if you guys want to let him go, we can let him go.
I feel bad either way.
Not that my opinion matters, but I think I'm interested in discussion, community members are in discussion, and if it happens extremely late, a lot of people just aren't going to be able to realistically follow it.
True. For what I'm hearing, I think it would be best to table the discussion. I agree it is important. Thank you for coming. We care about you. We want to hear what you have to say, but not tonight, please. Please.
It's okay, I'm a little brother, that doesn't bother me at all.
Can we get him a work session so that we can do it at a reasonable hour?
No. January is pretty jam-packed, actually.
Oh, yeah.
More work sessions.
I guess
And February is all
always will be
zoning.
from now on.
Well,
It's rough.
We'll see where we are with the January agenda and see if we can integrate that in. We have some pretty meaty agendas coming up, so.
How are we feeling? Do we need a break, or are we ready to roll on Azalea?
I'm good.
Big wheels keep on rolling.
I'm feeling strong.
I'm not feeling strong,
Let us move to Azalea Springs.
All right, so that is me. I am standing in for Matt Alfley, who was
Amazing.
not able to be here this evening. But he has done much of the heavy lifting, actually a lot of heavy lifting on this. And so I will provide his part of the presentation. And we have an applicant here, and we have some who are here in person and some who are virtual. So once we get to that point, we'll let them determine how they're going to handle their part of the presentation. But I'll go ahead and start out with the materials that I have at this point. All right, so tonight you'll be making a recommendation to City Council on a critical slope waiver request for a proposed development referred to as Azalea Springs. The tax map parcels located are outlined in the staff report, and the properties are located between Azalea Drive and Monte Vista Avenue. Accessed from a step-out section of right-of-way off Azalea Drive. The properties are currently owned by Stanley Martin Companies LLC, and they are proposing to develop a 45 single-family detached dwellings on the site, along with 0.6 acres of community open space, along with the supporting infrastructure and preservation of approximately 77 trees. As the Planning Commission deliberates on their recommendation, there are a few key points to keep in mind as this development differs significantly from other critical slope requests this body has entertained in the past. The development site already has been platted, and the lots are non-conforming legal lots of record from around the 1920s. Per section 341145A, the lots may be developed as platted per all permitted uses found in section 34-420, which is the residential and allows for single-family detached dwellings. Tax map parcels are not platted lots. This is something that comes up kind of frequently when a lot of if properties were under single ownership, some of the policies of the past in the assessor's office were to combine them under a single tax map parcel. And this is something that we face pretty regularly because a lot of lots were platted and a number of people would buy a number of them. And at this point, we have to go work with them to get the tax map parcel numbers. So we have fewer tax map parcels, but we have lots that are legal lots of record here. Let's see. Okay. Per section 1120B7B, lots, that's the critical slopes ordinance portion. Lots that contain critical slopes are exempt from the following critical slope regulations. So this would account for approximately 22 out of the 88 plus lots. So there are 20 in the current configuration of the site. There are 22 lots currently that are affected by critical slopes. However, because they are lots of record, and if they're moving forward with single family, they would be exempt from critical slopes ordinance. All right, so that's kind of a key factor. Now, because the applicant is choosing to alter the boundaries of the lots, which they have the ability to do through the code, so they're able to do that, but they lose that exemption from the critical slopes waiver regulations. So they would have, if the lots do change, they are subject to the critical slopes waiver. It should be noted that standards for the city streets change to allow for narrow roads, and the western portion of the lots gain access. A critical slope waiver may not even be needed for the lots as platted. So that was just providing some additional potential feedback on the current situation. So although this is being presented as a single development, because that just makes the most sense in this strange circumstance, the critical slope waiver is only needed for approximately 22 lots. The majority of the site could be developed by right with ministerial review from a land use and zoning standpoint. Now, that's zoning and land use standpoint. There are lots of other considerations that would come into play, including all of the physical aspects of the site concerning utilities and engineering and those kinds of things. And Matt outlined some more information in the report concerning that. As stated, from the zoning and land use perspective, the majority of the site could be developed by right. This includes removal of most of the trees on site as they're not within the critical slopes. So if the approximate 22 lots that contain critical slopes are protected, meaning that if the critical slope waiver is denied, that would result in preservation of approximately 40 trees, which would actually be a decrease in tree preservation to the proposal that the applicant is bringing forward to us. So he notes specifically as we deliberate, or as you all deliberate this evening, be mindful this isn't a typical request because these are currently lots. There are currently platted lots there. Throughout your conversation, may want to continue to come back to this, depending on how the conversation goes. It would be pretty easy to look at this as one large property because it kind of feels that way, but it's not. It's currently 88 individual small lots there's varying ways. I mean, it's not the most ideal situation in our current world for development. But there are those number of lots there. And they do have vestings and right-of-ways currently. They're asking for something different. And there are pros and cons that come along with that. So that is the overview that Matt wanted me to communicate to you all. I can assist with questions as much as I possibly can. We have the applicant representative who is ready to speak on some more technical aspects of what they're proposing and be ready to answer additional questions. So,
questions for staff, Mr. Mitchell?
So this is probably the most complicated critical slope waiver I've ever had to look at from you guys. And a couple of questions may not be fair to you, because you may not have drilled down into this, but one, and I've got a bunch, but I'll try to get through them quickly. There's a spring that's adjacent to the slopes, I understand. And I think that spring is going to be buried based on what I think I've read. What are the consequences of burying that stream, that spring, consequences to the wet area, the wetlands that we maintain, and to Moore's Creek?
Well, there are requirements for when waterways and those kinds of things are addressed through construction, that they meet certain requirements. And so those requirements would come into play if there was a development to occur. That's kind of the gist of that.
Were you asking about within the limits of disturbance or downstream?
All of the above. Yeah, I'm still not certain I get it, but if they, let's say we didn't do the waiver and they built anyway, they would still.
And they have that option to do.
But they would still need to bury the stream, the spring, probably.
If they chose to do a by right development with the current platted situation, they'd have to adhere to all of the site plan and VSMP, erosion and sediment control requirements, but they could totally take out the entire site and do their development. So they would have, this scenario is a possibility whether they move forward with the proposal that they're working on now, or they move forward with something in the current configuration.
I'll just note that the staff report at least seemed very quiet as it relates to the impact on Moore's Creek and the stream, the spring. I got that digging into some other stuff. I believe that the recommendation we're getting from staff is basically because we just want to protect as many trees as we can. And if they do the waiver, if we grant the waiver, we're going to maintain 70 trees. If we don't, if they do by right, I think Matt suggests that there'll be around 40 trees left. Did I read that right?
That is the general scenario there. As part of that, there's a condition that's been proposed that would require, significant work with the arborist to come up with a plan that would actually preserve the amount of trees.
The reason that only 40 trees will be left, if the waiver's not granted and they just build, is that because of the calisthenics necessary, the engineering calisthenics necessary to provide the infrastructure, the sewage infrastructure? I mean, the waiver allows them to do some things on the slopes that they would not.
Well, the waiver request that they put forward includes preservation of an area that includes 77 trees. If they went out there by right, there are areas of that open space that they're proposing to conserve that would be open to being demolished at a choice. As of right now, in a by right situation, we have no means of preserving.
But the sewage infrastructure and the water infrastructure that they build wouldn't, if they did, a by right deal, wouldn't consume more trees than the critical slope waiver would.
I mean, not with the analysis that Matt put together, and again, it's very generalized because we're working with the proposal that we have in front of us and the platted lots, and so those are the only two things we're weighing against one another, and there are other factors that come into play that we are not speculating on, because that's not the proposals that we've been provided.
If they do the by right development, and again, I can only glean what I could glean from this, 'cause I'm not an engineer and only was a planner 2 years of my life. Based on what I read, it looks like if they do a by right development, it's going to, I think the way they're going to have to build the sewage, and maybe the applicant could help me with this, as I struggle through it. If they do a by right development, the way they have to deal with sewage and water is going to be pretty costly. So I'm wondering if even a by right development is economically feasible, but we can chat about that when you get up. Okay, I didn't realize Matt wasn't going to be here, and I know that I should have typed these up and gotten.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, that, again, that question, we had similar questions that were posed, and again, we've got the current scenario, we've got the proposal that they provided, and they may have looked at other scenarios, and maybe that information will be helpful in the deliberation.
If you guys could help me out with that when you get up, it'd be great.
Mr. Duranzia, questions for staff?
Sorry, no questions for staff at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Bob, questions for staff?
No, not at this time.
Mr. Schwartz?
No.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
No questions.
All right. Mr. Palmer?
I'm good. No questions. Thanks.
Fine, thank you. I have something I imagine about the history of this site, though I don't know that it's true. What I imagine is that historically it was platted for relatively affordable row houses, sort of tucked into the valley there.
I don't know the history of that per se. It reminds me of a lot of our platting of subdivisions during that time, where there were some nice drawings done on paper, and the actual comparison to what's going on in the ground and such was maybe not thought of quite as deeply. Again, we find that any lot that exists now that is open either has been owned by someone who has no interest in development, or it is hard to try and do something with. And again, this falls into that second category, that this is not an area that one would have, seen as your first choice to go to, but we have a lot more limited land than we used to. And so areas that are complicated have been coming forward, and you all have been working with quite a few complicated sites.
Mr. Payne, questions on this? Mr. Pinkston? He's gone. Mayor Snook?
I have none. Just here to listen.
Thank you. Then I would like to hear from Mr. Collins, please. Complicated.
Yes. Great, thank you very much. My name is Scott Collins. I'm representing Stanley Martin this evening for this project. Thank you, Missy Creasy. That was an excellent staff report, and thanks for all the help from Matt Affley as well. They basically put together, like she said, a very complex sort of narrative, and really kind of honed it in and really made it something I feel like it was very helpful throughout this whole process. I thank them. We've been looking at this project for probably, I think Stanley Martin's owned this project for almost 3 or 4 years now. Certainly COVID put some aspects on a back burner, but there was a lot of thought put into this and how best to develop it. And they did talk to the neighbors, they talked with a lot of people. We got a lot of feedback over time about how best to come forward with a project, knowing that it was going to have some aspects, some impacts, with the critical slopes and with the trees on the property. So what we did is came forward with the best possible development that we think that fits in well with the neighborhood. What you have in front of us is part of my overall application plan. This is kind of shows what Ms. Creasy talked about was there's 88 platted lots that exist on the property. What's unique about this site is it sits low. Basically, it sits between Azalea Drive and Mont Vista Lane. So it sits sort of down this valley. And this area takes about 22 acres of drainage from the backs of those lots. And then what else is coming from GPA up here, and then also what comes down Huntsman Road. Off of that existing city right-of-way, there's a drainage inlet pipe that pipes drainage right to the swale, which goes right into this area. So we have a lot of drainage that's coming into this one particular spot, and so we had to figure out how to accommodate that. Let's go ahead and next one. Next slide. And so what we're proposing is utilizing the existing city right-of-way. That's a 20-foot right-of-way from property line to property line. And what we've done is extend it out to be 40 feet wide, just expand it to work to make the street meet current city requirements for streets that work with sidewalks, planting strips, and what have you. So we widened that existing city right-of-way in order to create the access front for all these lots. And so what we've also done is looked at taking a product that fits in well with all the surrounding neighborhoods. The size of the lots and the size of the houses are pretty comparable to the existing neighbors, to the surrounding streets. And so we've really wanted to sort of come up with a product that really kind of fit into the neighborhood and didn't overwhelm the neighborhood or kind of out of character, out of space. And we also heard a lot of sort of talk about a couple things with this site. One is the value of creating a space where the public can still utilize the property or some part of it that still sort of incorporates some of the natural beauty of the site. So we've created this sort of public amenity park space right there that would be accessible to not only the residents of this development, but from the outside neighborhoods that could access it through the sidewalks and streets and come in and keep that area, and we keep that area natural. No grading would take place in that area. We'd preserve the trees. We'd work with the arborist and create this cool little small, over a half acre, it's 0.6, I believe, 0.6 acres of a little public park. Felt like that would be great. And then on the other end of the other cul-de-sacs, we've created an area that sort of absorbs all these 22 acres of drainage and treats it. Now, I guess 95% of the projects probably in the city, they have to treat stormwater management with underground detention and bionutrient credits because there's just not a lot of space, especially when you're coming in and doing infill. But we were able to work out a scenario, especially with the property just downstream of us, in order to kind of create a stormwater management feature that would treat and provide water quality and quantity for not only our site, but also some of this other drainage that's coming through the site that's untreated. And so we were actually capturing that drainage, all the drainage from there. And a lot of that, some of that is from that spring that you're talking about right there with the head of that stream. But a lot of it also is from water from the existing city right-of-ways and backyards. So it's all sort of concentrated. So we're picking all that up from the different spots in our development and taking it to that facility. And we'll treat it and then outfall it back into the stream. And at the reduced rates, at better quality than what we're capturing it at. So that's our plan with that. Go to the next slide. And then this kind of shows how the development's sort of interacting with the actual critical slopes, and where the right-of-way is, you can see what's sort of in the blue, what was kind of exempt with the development. And this also kind of shows a good example of how we're actually getting sewer. I know Mr. Mitchell was asking about that. We're bringing sewer up from Mont Vista, and we will actually be lowering the sewer in Mont Vista for 2 or 3 segments in that road. We'll actually go into that street, lower the sanitary sewer as much as we can from that downstream intersection, and then take it up to our property. By the time it hits our property, right there at that corner, was it that plan, upper left corner, it's almost right at grade. at the site. And then, so what you have is, at that point, it's a lot higher. It's probably about 8 feet higher than that stream. And so that's why, at that point, we take it down to the city right-of-way, because that's what's required when you, if you can run sewer in a right-of-way, that's where the city utilities wants you to put it. So we'll get it down to the city right-of-way and then run it up the site, up the existing right-of-way where we're building a road. And that creates basically the fill of that lower portion of the site. And that's where the dirt will be coming in, and that's where the impacts for majority of the critical slopes are at that point. But as far as stormwater management, I think my next slide shows that how we're handling stormwater management, or handling erosion and sediment control. So what we're going to do is we'll take that existing stream that's on our property and divert it into our stormwater management facility. We'll build that first. So during the filling process, all that drainage will be diverted to that E&S facility, so we won't have any downstream impacts from the filling process, because it's all being diverted to our basins. Let's see, next slide. And next slide just talks about, just kind of shows sort of the overall development and sort of once you come back with the trees, as far as along the streetscape, and then along the buffering, we're keeping some existing trees that we can along the ends. There's existing right-of-way, city right-of-way on the planned bottom of the site that we're preserving. We're not impacting any of that existing alley right-of-way, and that'll all be preserved. And then we'll be planting not only along the streets, but in the rear of the lots as we can. So that's in addition to saving that 0.6 acre public park area. That's really the majority of what we're looking at for this project, other than what was all in staff report, which I won't, at this point in time, late at night, I won't go too much further into that.
Your discretion is appreciated.
No problem.
Questions for the applicant, Mr. Mitchell?
If you weren't granted the waiver, what would you do with the property?
If we weren't granted the waiver, we would still develop it.
And just
We would we'd take the sewer, bring the sewer up the city right-of-way, which would impact the stream, which would pretty much impact those slopes around it. And then we'd develop, definitely in the upper half from Huntsman Road all the way up. Probably develop on the lower side of that road that didn't have the critical slopes. And it would leave that pocket of, lots 1 through 10, 1 through 12 on the upper part. And I guess at some point, the fact that the stream is gone, they would ultimately be, those slopes up there would probably be exempt. I don't know how all that would work, but
do the numbers work?
it's,
When you run the numbers to do it that way, do they work economically, financially viable?
I don't think we've gotten that far to figure, doesn't seem, we didn't see that as the best scenario for this development. And a lot of times when you're building a road with units on only one side, it's not the right move.
Additional questions on this?
Come back to me.
I can do that. Mr. Duranzio, questions for the applicant?
Not at this time, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Bob?
I guess I'll ask this question. Did any person on the team, or did you consider working with the natural elements and the forest and the spring that's already there and laying out a scenario around that instead of just bulldozing everything and pretending the forest isn't there?
Oh, absolutely. But this one is a little unique in that you have platted lots and you have platted city right-of-way. And so if you take away that city right-of-way by taking the road a different configuration, then you're creating lots that don't have frontage, and you start losing. The reason why we're able to do even this size of a lot, not what's really allowed by R1S, which is a little bit bigger lot, is that this is this design is still non-conforming, but it's less non-conforming than what that current platted 88 lots are. So, yeah, that's why it's really kind of taken us this long to get here, is to come up. We've looked at a lot of different scenarios. Yeah, we definitely looked at shifting the road and seeing if we had to go back to the city to vacate that right of way. It just became, you're taking a very complex narrative and making it even more complex by deleting access points and everything else.
Yeah. I wonder, well, this is a hypothetical, but if it was up to me, it would even make more sense to just have smaller, more dense buildings, or a different, a layout that takes that into consideration is definitely something that I would appreciate more than just ignoring, the asset that is there right now. But that's it. Thank you.
Would you like to speak to the idea of smaller, more dense buildings?
This is about the right size that fits within the neighborhood, and this size of lot, this size of house is about pretty comparable to all the other houses in the different areas, and it's really hard to. I'm not sure if dynamics would work if it's much smaller than that.
Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, no questions.
Mr. Stolzenberg.
If you didn't have to work within the constraints of R1S zoning, and let's also throw out the city would change or vacate right of way as needed, is this the project you'd build?
On this piece of property, yes, it probably is actually, because like I said, it fits this is the best product that fits in with the existing neighborhood. I mean, to come in with something smaller and denser, has the feeling that it doesn't quite fit in with the character of this neighborhood and how it interacts with the lots plan up and plan down and all along this whole area. So this product in this size is a good fit. It's a good compromise, and it sort of completes this part of the area of the neighborhood.
That's all I got.
All right. Mr. Palmer, do you have questions on this?
I do not.
Thank you for staying up with us, sir. It is appreciated.
No problem.
I do have a question for myself. The connection to steep slopes is a bit tenuous, I admit, but I hope you'll indulge me. We had some public comment concerned about traffic being routed through existing neighborhoods, and I see that there is an existing city right-of-way that connects to JPA directly,
Yes.
although in a very skinny way. I wonder if you'd consider that issue, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on it.
Absolutely. We actually tried to get an emergency access, or even looked at the idea of having access through there. And what's interesting is those two properties that are adjacent to that existing city right-of-way have elements of their lots that have gone over into that area, specifically a chicken coop and some other stuff. And one of our first comments that we received when we actually had a road and a pedestrian pathway and different concepts through there was that we had to get permission from those lot owners in order to use that the existing city right-of-way for our development, because we couldn't relocate or remove those features without their permission. I think it's actually in a comment.
That's interesting information. Ms. Creasy, can you help me understand what's going on?
I'm not sure about the specific comment. So there, individuals on other lots who have other ownership have placed things in the right-of-way.
Mm-hmm. Publicly owned city right-of-way.
Yeah, that gets tricky. I mean, they did that at their own risk because they don't own the land. So.
Do we own our property? What do we do here? How does this work? Actually, I don't know.
If people put things in public right of way,
Yeah.
I mean, it's an at-risk kind of situation. If there's something that needs to occur within that right of way, then the locality has the, right to do that within whatever the parameters are of that area. And they are not required to put back the, whatever the item was. Now, we live in the real world, with human beings and such, and so that is not the first reaction that the locality, that Charlottesville has. It's typically working with, an individual, in situations like that. We do not, want to perpetuate, new opportunities like that. And so if someone has a situation where they need to put something within a right-of-way, we encourage them first to we make them go through the council process of getting the permissions to do so. So, but we have a lot of things that are just kind of out there because it's always been that way, or, whatever may come to pass. I mean, if it is within a platted right-of-way, the opportunity to remove those items is there. So I'm not sure what the detailed circumstance in this, just because I'm not as detailed on this project, so I apologize for not having all the weeds on that.
No worries. I should have thought of it and asked it in advance.
It's all
But,
We actually had a water line through there too, and we actually had to go and secure the property downstream of this site in order to get the emergency access and the water line connection through in order to make this project viable, because we had a comment that said we couldn't utilize the existing city right-of-way.
And did you ask the neighbor? And they said no?
We did not ask the neighbor, but I know what the answer was going to be. Usually, we don't have any leverage. It's never a good conversation.
Thank you. That answered my question. I'll have to meditate on that. Moving forward, Mr. Payne, do you have questions on this item? Mayor Snook? Let's see, moving to, we've done public comment. I think we are into discussion. Sorry, my brain is breaking down as we speak. Thoughts on this item?
So, when we're dealing with the critical slopes, my first thought always turns to the management of the water. And frankly, I thought it wouldn't be, but I'm getting to the point where I'm comfortable with the way they're going to be managing runoff and things like that. And I was a little worried about the spring and the burying of the spring, but I think the water management is not as problematic as I thought it might be. It breaks my heart to see all those trees taken down, but this site is going to get developed one way or the other. I'm not sure we ought to stand in front of that bulldozer. It's coming. I'm not sure we can stop it. And as Mr. Schwartz has just counseled me that, maybe we ought to just, listen to staff and endorse their recommendation.
Mr. Duranzio, do you have thoughts on this?
They tend to parallel Mr. Mitchell's in most respects. I think that again, the heartbreak on the trees, but this allows a requirement for replenishment appropriately, and so on that side, again, was concerned about the water management until I really read through it. And, all right, so I think I'm more or less in parallel with Commissioner Mitchell.
Thank you. Mr. Abab, thoughts?
Generally, I agree, but I think, we just talked about the climate action plan and the importance of tree preservation. this is leaving us with 14% maybe of the trees that are there and burying the spring. I feel like we're being bullied into a bad scenario to avoid a horrible scenario. And there's no care at all given to the existing asset, and it was just treated like empty land with nothing there, except we have a great asset there. But it is the lesser of two evils, I guess. Yeah.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to think of this as a lesser of two evils, but it kind of, I think this gives us the opportunity to, staff has provided 10 conditions to make sure that this is done properly. And the end result does seem like it would be better than and at some point the land will be developed. It's, inevitable that, yes, we've got that density problem. I mean, even if it's too difficult today, too difficult in 10 years, it's going to be built on. So yeah, I think let's use this opportunity to make sure that what goes there is done properly.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would not be as convinced that this will be viable with a quarter of the units removed. But I don't know that that's necessarily something that I should be judging this project on. What gets me about this project is that it's just a little bit painful to see this plan. This is the sort of site that's kind of crying out for a PUD. The idea of being all the stuff about neighborhood character doesn't really resonate with me. You're downslope, lower than the houses on either side. You could easily make a sort of townhouse development that builds into the hill and is not as tall visually, but offers plenty of height for the families to live in. I think you could probably get more units out of it and make more money on the whole. Obviously, the existing zoning doesn't allow you to do that. And I mean, dumping in 20 feet of fill to accomplish this result is it's a little bit difficult to swallow. But that said, we're supposed to be judging this based on impacts on water features and whatnot. And I do appreciate the 116% of on-site water treatment, increasing the water quality to Morse Creek. On the trees, I'm not quite as heartbroken about them. We've heard a lot about carbon sequestration of trees. A mature tree will sequester about 22 kilograms of carbon a year. An average Charlottesvillian emits about 8 tons of carbon per year. So that's not as useful. I mean, trees are more useful in an urban context for things like shade and certainly heat islands. But having them distributed is more effective than having them all in one place. That said, it's certainly a habitat loss. So, I mean, I guess I will reluctantly support this on finding one, but just would beg Stanley Martin to come back to us and ask for more density. I think you could fit a lot of housing here on one of the very few sites in the city left to build greenfield housing on. And I think, don't want to speak for my colleagues, but I think people would be amenable to that.
Don't do it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Palmer, do you have thoughts on this?
No, I don't. Thanks, though.
Thank you. As for me, this is a difficult mathematical and geometrical problem. I am very pleased with the sewer solution. A working sewer is a fine and beautiful thing, and I see a real value in that to the community. From a design perspective, it does, I see that there are similarities to existing, but we do want to begin to see the sort of gentle changes, and I don't see those here. which is responsive to current zoning, I understand. It is not my dream project for this site, but it's, I believe a significant improvement from what we've seen over the years, which I'm very pleased to see. Happy to see the affordable housing component. Happy to see a greater number of trees preserved. I don't think we're going to get to perfect at this site. So I think it's the right balance for what we have currently. Councilors, do you want to weigh in on this or ask questions?
Not at this time. I got a motion if you like one.
I would love one.
All right, I move to recommend approval of waiver application P20-00008 as requested. The public benefit of allowing the disturbance of the slope outweigh the benefit of allowing the existing undisturbed slope to continue to exist. The approval of this recommendation is subject to the 10 conditions outlined on page 9 and 10 of the staff report.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I hear a second. Discussion on this item. Hearing none, Ms. Creasy, please call the roll.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Duranzio?
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Duranzio, are you with us?
I'm with you. With you. Hold on. Aye.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Aye.
Mr. Haval?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
And Mr. Sully Yates?
Aye. I believe that resolves our matters for this evening. Would you like to have additional discussion? I would also entertain a motion. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir. Boss, I'd like to make a motion if that's possible.
Please state that motion.
I think it's time at this time of night to bid adieu to Rose, let go of the debris, and sink into the ocean.
That's my plan. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Can I get thumbs if we like it? I see thumbs. Good night, all. Thank you very much.
Good night.